j'imagine ce qui t'habite à Geneviève.
Merde, il nous faut quelqu'un qui me dise comment va se passer.
C'est quoi, là maintenant?
Oui, je veux savoir quelle est la politique.
C'est celui-là que je pourrais m'arranger. C'est Victor Orban, mais tu prends la place, pardon? Tu es là-bas.
Jumping. Sorry.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can I ask you please to take the floor? Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I think it would be no exaggeration to say that these have been among the longest days of my career. I must choose my words carefully, in a manner that does not jeopardize ongoing investigations or in any way undermine the presumption of innocence. And I will. So if my fury, my anger, my sorrow do not come across, please be assured that they are very much present, along with my determination for this House to grow stronger. Make no mistake, the European Parliament, dear colleagues, is under attack. Democracy is under attack, and our way of open, free.
La nostra modalità
The enemies of democracy
Obstajajo.
Of this Parliament is a threat will stop at nothing. These malign actors linked to autocratic third countries have allegedly weaponized NGOs, unions, individuals
yksilöistä, avustajista
of the European Parliament in an effort to
agli eurodeputati per
Their malicious plans failed. Our services, of whom I am incredibly proud, have been working with relevant national law enforcement and judicial authorities to break up this alleged criminal network. In sync with authorities to ensure that all legal steps are respected, that all information is preserved, and that where needed, IT equipment is secured, offices able to be carried out. I accompanied a Belgian judge and police as required by the Belgian constitution to a house search last weekend. As a precautionary measure, again with full respect for the presumption of innocence, I have stripped the Vice President mentioned of any tasks and responsibilities related to their role as Vice President, and I have convened an extraordinary meeting of the Conference of Presidents to launch an Article 21 procedure to bring their term as Vice President to an end in an effort to protect the integrity of this House. I was also scheduled today to announce the opening of the negotiating mandate for the visa waiver report with Qatar and Kuwait. In light of the investigations, this report must be sent back to committee. I also know that we are not at the end of the road, and we will continue to assist in investigations together with other EU institutions for as long as it takes. Corruption cannot pay, and we have played our part in ensuring these plans could not materialise. And I must be clear, the allegations are not about left or right or north or south. This is about right and wrong. And I would appeal to you to resist the temptation to exploit this moment for political gain. Do not cheapen the threat that we are facing. Now, I am in politics, like so many of you here,
Parti mill-politika bħalkom biex
for the principles of Europe. This is a test of our values and of our systems. And colleagues, let me assure you that we will meet this test head-on.
Mēs noteikti būsim savu uzdevumu au.
None. Those responsible will find
Žiadna beztrestnosť. Tí, ktorí sú zodpovední, tak tí
proud of our role and assistance in this investigation. There will be no sweeping under the carpet. We will launch an internal investigation to look at all the facts related to the Parliament and to look at how our systems can become yet more watertight. There will be no business as usual. We will launch a reform process to see who has access to our premises, how these organisations, NGOs and people are funded, what links with third countries they have. We will ask for more transparency on meetings with foreign actors.
Για τις συναντήσεις με ξένους.
We will shake up this Parliament and these towns, and I need your help to do it. We will protect those who help us expose criminality, and I will work to look at our whistleblower systems to see how can they be made stronger. But I must also say that while we can always look to increase deterrence and transparency, there will always be some for whom a bag of cash is always worth the risk. And what is essential is that these people understand that they will get caught, that our services work, and that they will face the full extent of the law, as happened in this case. These are challenging times for us all, but I know and I am convinced that if we work together, we can come out of it stronger.
Mēs kļūsim tikai stiprāki.
These days with me, let me...
Бяхте последните дни заедно с мен, искам да...
I know you all share the same sentiment, and to those malign actors in third countries who think they can buy their way forward, who think Europe is for sale, who think they can take over our NGOs, let me say that you will find this Parliament firmly in your way. We are Europeans. We would rather be cold than bought. And now, dear colleagues, together with an agreement of the political groups, and before we officially start this plenary meeting, I will give the floor to the group leaders, starting with Manfred Weber.
Madam President, dear colleagues, we as the EPP Group are shocked. The corruption charges against one of our highest representatives of this European Parliament has significantly damaged our institution and affected the trust of people in the European Union as a whole. The damage to European democracy is too big to be now used for party political battles. Let's be clear about this. We are, as EPP Group, extremely worried because we feel that the credibility of the only directed elected institution in Europe is put in danger by the actions of the people concerned. It will take more than this debate to restore some of the trust that has been lost. As they say, trust comes on foot, but it leaves on a horse. On the one side, no rule can stop.
Aber leicht zu verlieren. Und keine Regeln können.
The EPP Group, we are ready to improve our rules to make them better for the future. Everybody of us is sitting here with the feeling of responsibility, and to fight corruption is one of it. Corruption is the biggest enemy of democracy. It undermines the freedom of speech. It breaks the trust of people have in their institutions of state. To be crystal clear, there is not any room.
Es gibt keinen Raum für
institutions of the European Union. The laws must be applied strictly and the prosecution has to be followed consequently. And we express as EPP our gratitude to the Belgian police and the public prosecutor for their investigation and their actions. There is no any question that this House will cooperate fully with the rest.
Ez a ház teljes mértékben együttműködik.
Madam President Roberta Metsola, for your clear and important cooperation at the beginning of this difficult development. Fight against corruption is key. That is the only way to regain the trust.
La corruption, c'est très important. C'est la seule manière de regagner.
In the European Parliament, in the heart of democracy in Europe.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. And
Domnule Weber, acum în numele grupului
Irache Garcia Perez.
Gracias, Presidenta. Permítame que...
Grazie. President, I'd like to...
Que este es un día negro, es un día muy triste para la democracia europea y es un día también muy triste y muy difícil para el grupo socialdemócrata.
Para o grupo socialistas e democratas y por eso
la decisión de personarnos como parte perjudicada en el proceso judicial que se va a abrir en estos momentos.
Excuse me, Irache, there is no interpretation into English of your statement. Can we please? Excuse me. Okay, start again. I don't hear anything in my...
Can you hear the English booth?
We can hear it. Okay, now it's okay.
Okay, pues voy a empezar desde el...
Thank you. I'll start from the beginning. I wanted to start by saying that I'm sure that I can speak for the vast majority of this House by saying that this is a dark day for European democracy. It's a very sad day, and as you will understand, it's also a very difficult day for the Social and Democrat group, and for those reasons
och därför vill jag säga att vi har fattat ett beslut.
We will regard ourselves as a prejudice party when it comes to the judicial process which is about to be opened, and that is because the criminal behaviour of some individuals is a stain on this institution and is a stain on the credibility of the European Union. There is a legal investigation ongoing, and those who are guilty will need to pay for that. But this House must also respond firmly to get to the bottom of what has happened and also to guarantee that this never happens again. For those reasons, I appeal to people to show responsibility and stand united. I've already spoken to the President and the leaders of the other political groups. I hope that we can work together to increase transparency and increase accountability. European citizens should know that they can count on us to clarify the facts and to work together with the judicial system, because the
protože v každodenní práci
members in this House are doing is not something that should be overshadowed. We are talking about specific measures in different bodies of this Parliament, and it's also necessary that those discussions continue in other European corruption. We must defend honesty in politics, and we must do this by working together, because it is by standing
Arma migliore contro la corruzione, contro coloro che vogliono.
We want to undermine European democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Irache. On behalf of the Renew Europe Group, now Stéphane Séjourné.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, on behalf of my group, let me begin by thanking the Belgian police and legal system, the arm of our democracy. And I read the tweets from Mr. Orban, who's really trying to exploit this. I think of the people of Hungary who don't have an independent legal system which would carry out any kind of anti-corruption activities. I'm proud that I work in a country where such inquiries are possible. First of all, our institution needs, as you have done, Madam President, to express its total solidarity and cooperation with the legal authorities. That, of course, doesn't mean that we should just wait for the legal procedure to run its course.
Die Fraktion schlägt Maßnahmen.
Actions which will, I think, be something which will enjoy broad consensus in this House. We'll, as other groups, will vote for the withdrawal of the vice presidential position from Mrs. Kylie to that effect. And of course, if the accusations are proven true, we'll ask her to resign. When said is going to happen for the issues that were voted on during the committee stage. And in the light of the ongoing inquiries, my group, of course, will support the referral back to committee of those particular to the transparency of political life. We, of course, support the idea of definitely need specific rules on this. Since 2019, my group has been calling for an interinstitutional moral body dealing with not just MEPs, but former MEPs, as well as everyone else who works in the European institutions. On the question of interference, as you rightly said, Madam President, we are also in favour. Once, of course, the legal procedure has run its course and light has been thrown on these events. Let me end by saying that my group will work with the institution. Renew Europe will always be there, fighting for democracy and transparency, fighting against corruption. We can't allow our work to be besmirched, or this Parliament or Europe to be besmirched. Nobody would be able to do this kind of thing with impunity. The people of Europe don't deserve that, and we can assure our fellow citizens that the European people, the European Parliament, is going to stand firm.
Merci, Stéphane. Now I give the floor to Terry Reintke on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Madam President. I can only echo what the colleagues have been saying. These are dark days for European democracy. And I can tell you personally, colleagues, that I have always been a very proud member of this Parliament.
Μέλος του Κοινοβουλίου.
Onur kbira li għalli ġejt eletta f'dan il-parlament.
Jsem byla zvolena do tohoto parlamentu.
I myself know that most of us here are working hard, that we are honest and sincere in representing the EU citizens. But now I'm actually thinking about the millions of EU citizens who are struggling right now. The people who are lying awake at night, who do not know how to pay their bills, who do not know how to get through the next last days. And I think this puts shame on all of us here in this Parliament. And we have to be absolutely clear. This Parliament, after what happened, cannot do business as usual. We cannot stop at just thoughts and prayers. We have to be absolutely clear. We have to act. And I want us to act, as the colleagues have said.
Comme l'ont dit les collègues, il faut travailler main dans.
We have to act, and we also have to put something in written to be clear about what we want, because we want a full inquiry into this matter. Everything has to come to the surface right now, because as people have position in the EP Bureau that is working on these reforms, that is working on anti-corruption, and we need to have more far-reaching measures, like, for example, the reform of the lobby register, but also an ethics body that can make sure that we do everything in our power to present something like this in the future. Indeed, colleagues, trust of citizens has been broken open and to my understanding right.
Medborgarnas förtroende har blivit brutet.
And to bring everything to light and to prevent something like this from happening again in the future. This is about more than just us. This is about protecting this House. This is about protecting democracy. This is about protecting the European project. So let us do all we can. We owe it to ourselves and we owe it to our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. Next is
Marco Zani em nome do Grupo ID.
Grazie Presidente, grazie per...
Thank you, President. Thank you for your words at this difficult time. What is going on over these days, I think, is so far from the culture that should cloak this institution that it becomes very difficult even to find the words to comment on it. We are all deeply shocked by what is happening in these recent hours with serious accusations against high-ranking members of this assembly or past members and various associated staff. For our group, it's clear and essential that this group must take up a strong, resolute position on this, because too often the attitude we've seen in the past, in months gone by, is one that hasn't helped this institution, with colleagues who have spoken out against foreign interference, just as a report on foreign interference is being released by the Parliament with often unsubstantiated comments. Sometimes people don't remove the beam from their own eye when commenting on the speck of dust in others. I think there's a degree of hypocrisy on some sensitive issues here. It's clear that all may make mistakes, may commit errors, but what has happened, frankly unsustainable in this parliamentary term and must change, is, I believe,
de superioritate morală pe care o au
that some take on. And this huge scandal that we're experiencing is just the umpteenth proof for that. Now, above and beyond the immediate action that we must put in place to uphold the respectability of this institution, I believe we must do some deeper
debba indagare a fondo,
fully investigate whether there is any political responsibility behind these facts, and that we must build a new attitude. Too often, there's a lot of self-referentialism that has harmed the EU institutions and this institution. Thank you.
On behalf of the ECR group, I give the floor to Richard Legutko.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, there is not much to be said. A lot of facts have already come out, and I'm sure more will come out in the future. Perhaps some of them quite surprising in a most unpleasant sort of way.
Surprendront. Mais
Madam President, that European institution, European Parliament was targeted by the bad guys, and probably they consider the Parliament to be a place with several weak spots, and indeed they succeeded to a degree that shocked a lot of us. So I always wonder and ask myself, to what extent is it a problem of personal weaknesses, of
di debolezza personale,
or staffers, and to what extent is it a problem of a system, of a structure and rules and procedures. Probably both elements should be taken into account, and I wish there could be some kind of critical, objective analysis of this phenomenon. After all, this is a huge institution, very complex and not easy to manage. But such a critical analysis should be conducted by somebody from outside, not from our midst, for obvious reasons, that we are more interested in sustaining this institution and defending it, no matter what we say openly. So I would suggest that we should have a sort of critical description of the way such an institution functions. Perhaps that would give us an insight into what was wrong and how to prevent similar developments from happening in the future. And one last point, one thing that will certainly not improve the reputation of European Parliament, pompous, highfalutin rhetoric. I mean, this will not help. I mean, I have an impression that we very much like to indulge in sort of lofty language that didn't help in the future, hasn't helped and won't help. Just do something real. We want the real thing, not rhetoric. Rhetoric is a very easy thing.
Thank you very much. Richard, I give the floor now to Manon Aubry on behalf of the Left Group.
Merci, Madame la Thank you, President. Colleagues, I think we can say very clearly that the European Parliament has been caught up in the worst corruption scandal of its history. In order to cover up the exploitation of migrant workers who were worked to death on the World Cup infrastructure.
Cupa Mondială. 1 million
seized from the homes of suspects, the vice president of the parliament behind bars. The integrity of our institutions is at stake. But here, I really want to send a very clear message to Qatar. You cannot buy members like you can buy football clubs. Of course, it's shocking, but colleagues, I'm not really surprised. Given how clear the interference of Qatar was. For over a year, our group has been calling for a debate and resolution to be held on human rights violations surrounding the World Cup in Qatar, and some groups were systematically opposed to that. When we finally did get it, when it came to the negotiations, I noticed that some groups were taking advantage of the fact that there were negotiations behind closed doors to try to play down criticism of Qatar. And they were trying to defend the interests of Qatar to the point that they were adding things that had nothing to do with the resolution in question. So, of course, the investigation currently concerns a political group, the
Socialistu a demokratů. Ale
it has no odour, and you find corruption in all sorts of places. And we know that the former president, Nicolas Sarkozy, is subject to an investigation regarding Qatar. And then there has also been constant praise from Commissioner Margarita Skinas, which might also raise questions as regards Qatar. So this is just the tip of the
vista do iceberg. Claro que
as president should step down, but what world are we living in where we have
musíme my požadovať, aby táto osoba, táto podpredsednička
herself? And secondly, I think, colleagues, that we need to have a committee of inquiry set up in the Parliament in order
parlamentu, abychom prozkoumali
institutions are to corruption and conflicts of interest. And finally, if we're to deal with this kind of problem effectively in the future, then we do need to ensure that we pick up on things such as an independent ethics body, an issue which was not taken up before, so that we can have that in place. Our reaction, our condemnation should be unanimous. We should speak out loud here in the European Parliament to make it clear that democracy is not up for sale. Thank you.
Ms. Aubry, this concludes this round. So we go back to our agenda. The minutes and the text adopted of the sitting of the 24th of November are available. If there are no comments, the minutes are approved. I have a few announcements to come. So the LIBE committee has adopted 2 mandates to enter into interinstitutional negotiations pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 1 of the Rules of Procedure on third countries whose nationals are subject to or exempt from a visa requirement, Kuwait and Qatar, and the European Union Drugs Agency. For the first file on third countries whose nationals are subject to or exempt from a visa requirement, as I said earlier, on Kuwait and Qatar, I have decided, with the agreement of the political groups, to propose a referral back to committee of this file pursuant to Rule 198. I understand that the rapporteur would like to take the floor, and I give the floor.
8 se to vrátí ještě do výboru, ale vím, že
Ja, vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin. Ich habe in den letzten Tagen
Thank you, President. In the last days, not just those who've been involved in this, but colleagues with different groups I've spoken to,
αλλά και με πολλούς άλλους συναδέλφους.
Community, we're all shocked about what has been aired and have the view that corruption is an attack on democracy and must carry severe consequences for those who have been corrupted and serious consequences for those who are bought, and also the EU institutions need to do everything in their power.
Il possibile perché ciò non si ripeta.
Sort of situation, we can't allow a state potentially attacking our democracy to receive visa freedom. So first of all, we must ensure that there's been no influencing of that process.
Og så skal vi sikre, at vi drager de rigtige konsekvenser.
Don't get into negotiations on visa liberalisation. We appeal to Rule 198 for a referral back to the committee. Thank you.
Sender sagen tilbage til udvalget. Tak for det.
Who is against? Who abstains? Okay, that is adopted. Then the motion is carried and the file is referred back. Regarding the other LIBE mandate on the European Union Drugs Agency, pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 2, members or political groups reaching at least the medium threshold may request in writing by tomorrow, Tuesday, 13th December at midnight, that the decision to enter into negotiations be put to the vote. If no request for a vote is made, the committee may start the negotiations. The reports which constitute the mandate for the negotiation is available on the plenary webpage, and its title will be published in the minutes of the sitting. The S&D group has communicated to me that Ms. Eva Kaili is no longer a member of the group as of 9th of December 2022, and she sits with the non-attached members. Mr. Pascal Durand is no longer a member of the Renew Europe group and has joined the S&D group the 30th of November 2022. The competent authorities of Italy have notified me of the election of Ms. Beatrice Covassi to the European Parliament, replacing Ms. Simona Bonafè with effect from the 6th of December 2022. I wish to welcome our new colleague and recall that she takes her seat in Parliament and its bodies in full enjoyment of her rights, pending the verification of her credentials. In accordance with Article 7 of the Code of Conduct for Members of the European Parliament with respect to financial interests and conflicts of interest, I decided to
conflictul de interese și alte
the Advisory Committee on the Conduct of Members, replacing Mr. Pascal Durand with effect from 7 December 2020.
Pascal Durand, a partir del 7 de diciembre de 2020.
O grupo dos socialistas Renews Verde.
Groups and the non-attached members have notified me of decisions relating to changes to appointments within committees and delegations. These decisions will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. I have received from Council its position at first reading, as well as the reasons which led to its adoption and the positions and opinions of the Commission. The full title will be listed in the minutes of the sitting. The 3-month period available to Parliament to adopt its positions will therefore begin as from tomorrow, 13th of December. I'd also like to inform you that since the adjournment of Parliament session on the 24th of November, I have signed, together with the President of the Council, one act adopted under the ordinary legislative procedure in accordance with Rule 79 of the Parliament's rules. I would also like to inform you that on Wednesday I shall...
Fogadtunk el egy anyagot.
Adopted under the ordinary legislative procedure. The titles of the acts will be published in the minutes of this sitting. I would also like to inform you that I have received a request for urgent procedure from the Council pursuant to Rule 163 on macro-financial assistance plus instrument providing support to Ukraine for 2023. The vote on this request will be taken tomorrow, and if adopted, this is a second reading procedure. Should no proposal to reject the Council's position and no amendments be tabled, the proposed act will be announced as adopted pursuant to Rule 69. We now move to changes requested by political groups. Ms. Langen-Siepen, I know you have a point of order. Do you want to make it on this point, or can it be made after the announcements? Okay, I will give you the floor then. So on the agenda, we have 5 groups that have asked for a debate on our introductory debate on the suspicions of corruption. What I would propose is that I ask the first group who submitted the request, which is the left group, to submit its request. So Ms. Aubry will present it. We will then see whether there is a majority for that request. After that, we will proceed to see whether there is a majority for a resolution. Manon, you have the floor. We'll take it from there first.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President. This won't take long. We've just talked about the main points at issue, and it will be strange in the final session of the year, just after the scandal broke, if we weren't to hold a debate when each member here who's shocked and angry could express their views. We need to talk about this, which will allow us to draw certain conclusions as to how we should follow up on all of this for our various institutions, because things can't be allowed to continue as they are. But let me make it clear that we're calling for a debate and, as a separate vote, a resolution. We need to see the wood for the trees, Madam President. We need to draw conclusions that are political. We're talking about an independent political body looking at people's behaviour, and this scandal goes beyond external countries and lobby groups. It's not a question of just banning them from the Parliament. It's not a supermarket after all.
The group has asked, to be clear, that a Commission statement on suspicions of corruption from Qatar and the broader need for transparency and accountability in the European institutions to be debated. Can I ask whether anybody wants to speak against? Asita Kanko on behalf of the ECR group.
Of course, I don't want to speak against, but the ECR group has an idea. Oh, are you surprised? Don't be.
It's okay. Go ahead, Asita.
Yeah. So the ECR group would like to propose another title, namely the corruption allegation against members, staff and former members of the European Parliament. We support the initiative, but we think it's quite clear that there have been corruption, and we don't want to speak about suspicions. The title must be clear. We, the European Parliament, are not for sale. We are lawmakers, and also we request the vote to happen on, as a roll call vote, because we need to be transparent in this House and towards the citizens today on this.
Okay, so Ms. Kanko, thank you very much. We will vote first on the proposal of the left group, and if that has a majority, then the other motions fall. Yes, it will be recorded. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted, and therefore we will have a debate on Tuesday in the afternoon and we will now see the majorities for whether we should have who is in favor of having a resolution? Stéphane, you want to take the floor?
Yes, just to be clear on our position. I think this is a position which is shared, including among groups who may vote against the resolution for the time being. We're not hostile to the idea of a resolution. We do think that we need to learn lessons from this, but we need to take some time to look into the issue, perhaps come back to it in January and see whether we have a legal procedure which might have closed by that point, and then we might have some conclusions that we can draw from that. We're right in the midst of the legal case at the moment, and there are still people investigating Parliament premises. I don't know that this is perhaps the best way for the Parliament to deal with it, having a resolution straight away. So we're in favour of a resolution, but at a later stage, so we'll be voting against.
Mr. Weber? Manfred, please.
Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen!
Au auzit invitația doamnei președinte, n-a invitat să venim.
COP to take first measures and to react. It's important we have quick reactions from Parliament, and we want to ensure there's a broad pro-European, pro-democratic consensus on this matter. So clear decisions will be taken tomorrow morning already in the COP. The left is making a proposal. I think we'll have enough time for debates this week. So keeping those ideas in the back of my mind, I would support and emphasise Mr. Séjourné's proposal so that when facts are produced by the investigating authorities, we can fall in behind it then.
To have a resolution this week for the vote. I open the vote. I close the vote, and it is adopted. Ms. Kanko, you wanted to take the floor? Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to request to vote again on the proposal about Qatar, because it was very confusing. We could vote, for example, first on the title and then on the decision. Otherwise, it will give the impression that some members who wanted another title are against the idea of having a debate and a resolution. Could we vote again on a more clear way, please, Madam President? Thank you.
Ms. Kanko, I cannot do that, but you can explain your vote and the procedure, and you can participate in the debate and on the resolution, now that the decision for have a resolution has been taken. Next point is on Monday, the Renew Group has asked. Oh, this is also the same. For Tuesday, the S&D, EPP and Renew groups have requested that Council and Commission statements on the recent JHA Council decision on Schengen
récente sur la décision Schengen.
After the question time to the Commission. As a consequence, the sitting would be extended until 11 p.m. I give the floor to Mr. Dan Nika to move the request. Wait, the microphone, please. 126. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, President. The JHA Council last week saw Romania and Bulgaria wrongly and absolutely incorrectly left out of Schengen, and it overturned the decision by this Parliament on the accession of Romania and Bulgaria in March. We had a question time. We need to look at the JHA decision taken, and therefore we need to put it on the agenda for 2023.
I don't see that to be the case, so I put the request to a vote by roll call. I open the vote. I close the vote. And it is adopted, and therefore we will have Council and Commission statements on the recent JHA Council decision on Schengen accession to be added as the second point in the afternoon after the question time to the Commission, and as a consequence, this sitting will be extended until 11 p.m. Now, for Wednesday, the Renew Group has requested that the Council and Commission give statements on defending the European Union against the abuse of national vetoes to be added as a second point in the afternoon. As a consequence, the sitting would be extended until 11. I give the floor to Mr. Guy Verhofstadt to move the request on behalf of his group.
I think that
it's obvious why an additional point on Wednesday afternoon would be added on defending the European Union against the abuse of national vetoes, because everybody can see today what is happening.
Împotriva abuzului dreptului de veto, pentru că
Every file, more and more of these files are blocked today. The last days, the last weeks. Migration strategy, Schengen, electoral law, energy price cap on gas, taxation policy, the minimum rate,
politica tassazione.
and further also the financial aid to Ukraine, where we need to find now a solution with 26 instead of a solution inside the Union. So it's clear that, in my opinion, vetoes are an instrument for blackmailing the Union, and it is increasing for the moment. I know that we asked for that a convention to seriously discuss this, and again, due to the lack of consensus, the Council is not in a position to respond to that request. So I know that we have a discussion Wednesday with the European Council, but it's only 2 hours. What we're going to discuss is Ukraine, and we're going to discuss energy. So I request that we need an urgently debate before the Council on Thursday, and my proposal would be to add that item Wednesday afternoon as the second point on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verhofstadt. I give the floor to any colleague who would like to speak against. I don't see that to be the case, so I put the request to a vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted, and therefore we will have Council and Commission statements as the second point on Wednesday afternoon. For Wednesday as well, the EPP group has asked that a Commission statement on the impact on rule of law of recent developments in Spain be added as the fifth point in the afternoon. As a consequence, the sitting the floor to Mr. Paolo Rangel to move the request on behalf of the EPP group. Number 14, please.
Here.
No, not yet. Okay.
Now it is. Thank you. So the EPP requests an additional debate on this issue of rule of law, strengthening the institutions and judicial independence. There are worrying developments in some EU countries, namely in Spain, towards less independence of the judiciary and more governmental intervention in it, in breach of the rule. The President of the government has recently announced his intention of taking unilateral measures on the judiciary that clearly go against everything that the European Union values and principles defend. The playing rules cannot be changed for political interests in order to place former members of government in the National Constitutional Court, and to change the criminal code cannot be handed over to convicted criminals to decide which crimes to suppress or downgrade, such as sedition and corruption. This is not a national debate. We see, we listen, we read. And if we read, we listen and we see, we cannot pretend that worrying developments are going on in Spain.
Okay.
We should not have a double pattern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rangel. Would anyone want to speak against? No, so we...
Nessuno.
I close the vote. And it is rejected, so the agenda is unchanged. On Thursday, the EPP group has requested that the Commission statement on the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious and linguistic minorities be wound up by a resolution to be voted on Thursday. I give the floor to Mr. Laurent Vince to move the request on behalf of the EPP group.
Thank you, Madam President. On Sunday, the 18th of December, we celebrate the World Minority Rights Day. This date also marks the 30-year anniversary since the adoption of the Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious and linguistic minorities. It is the only UN international human rights instrument devoted to minority rights, and it is built on the core idea that the rights of minorities are vital to advancing political and social stability and preventing conflicts. This September, at the anniversary high-level meeting organized in New York, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said that the world still falls far short in action supporting minorities. The Parliament should also echo his call. We welcome the debate planned for Thursday morning on the topic. On behalf of the EPP Group, I propose that in a manner consistent with our action on previous UN declarations, we also adopt a resolution. Commitment to fundamental values and to a principled foreign policy stance would demand a strong voice of the Parliament on this matter, and I hope all the political groups would support this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Windsor. Does anybody want to speak against? No? Then I put the request to the vote. By roll call, I open the vote. I close the vote, and it is rejected. That concludes our agenda discussion, and I give the floor to Ms. Langensiepen to make her point.
Test. It's working.
Yes, it's
working.
working.
Please, colleagues, could you wait and sit down for a moment? It's on human rights and not on corruption. Thanks for listening. On the 3rd of December, we celebrated the International Disability Day. On the 6th of December, few colleagues, me and EDF, organized an event on that, and the host of that event, Madame Nicole Sonova and her team applied for an accessible room for that event because it was about persons with disabilities. And persons with disabilities was a room was not accessible for our wheelchair-using guests. Even when I apply for my voting machine, it's always a fight to get it, and for 2 times, colleagues had to vote instead of me. That's against the law, by the way. And I apply now for, I call the Commission. No, I don't call the Commission, I call for the Secretariat, that maybe in next year, and 24th, and maybe for the next generation. Parliament in Strasbourg and
поколение ще е възможно
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Langen-Siepen. You are absolutely right, and we will do our best to make sure this doesn't happen again with different measures that we can take. I will speak to the relevant services. Thank you. We move to the first item.
I kindly ask to leave everybody who is not staying for the next debate to leave the plenary silently. Wir kommen zum nächsten Punkt auf unserer.
So we'll come on to the next item on our agenda. And I would like to emphasise every word that the President has said. This Parliament stands for transparency and democracy. But we're coming on to the report of Ms. Pelletier towards equal rights for persons with disabilities. And I'd like to start by giving the floor, of course, to the rapporteur, Ms. Pelletier, please.
Sehr geehrte Frau Pelletier, ich muss Sie leider.
Dear Ms. Pelletier, unfortunately I am going to have to interrupt because we don't have interpretation. I don't know whether that is true of other colleagues, but unfortunately I don't have any interpretation, and I'd like to know if we can clear that up, and perhaps you could start your speech again. One moment, please.
Ich muss Ihnen aus den Dolmetschkabinen mit.
I can inform you from the interpreting booth, I've been told politely but clearly that we don't have interpretation from sign language in the languages which are interpreted today, and for those reasons I must ask you to use one of the official languages when you give your speech. I, however, have understood your message very well, and I think that this is an excellent opportunity to include sign language into the list of official languages.
Was mache ich? Ich spreche oder was mache ich now?
Do I speak now? I'm asking you whether you could give your speech in one of the official languages which are included in the list of speeches, but your message has come across very clearly.
Chers collègues, voilà ce que vivent.
So, colleagues, you've just seen what persons with disabilities have to go through every day. You couldn't understand what I was saying. All I was saying was that in Europe I wasn't allowed to finish my speech because the sign language is not a recognised official language of the EU, but I just said that many persons with disabilities are discriminated against in Europe, that accessibility to work and fundamental rights is far from being guaranteed. My report keenness because I wanted to put persons back at the heart of this, and the way to do that is by listening to them and listening.
En naar de behoeften van mensen. Dit verslag is
up on the basis of the UN Convention on Persons with Disabilities. It was based on that strategy, but it's too early for us to have an impact study of what the Commission's strategy has achieved. But I'd like to thank you and congratulate certain member states for their commitment in de-institutionalizing persons with disabilities. I was speaking for 2 minutes with sign language, so I'll keep it very brief with my remaining time. We need to go further. We need to call for real anti-discrimination legislation in the EU. There is a directive, but it's been stymied in the Council for 4 years, since 2018. Nothing's happened then, because of course we've always got better things to do than help the most vulnerable. If you're not going to help us, we'll have to shout louder, we'll have to change our approach, and asked the Commission to update the Equal Treatment Directive, since the Council is not interested in moving forward with its legislation. Because international sign language should also be put into place, as well as language which is easier to understand when it comes to European legislation, because persons with disabilities need to have access to political life. If they don't, we have to start helping them at this end in the European Parliament. What else can I say? Put action. Stop institutionalizing. Stop financing these institutions. A person with disabilities needs to be able to decide for themselves where they'll live and what kind of support they want to receive. And when we talk about support,
und die Europäische Union müsste auch
community assistance, so that any person with a disability isn't left alone, left behind. That children with disabilities can have transport to take them to school. And I'd like to thank one of the people who's in the chamber today, because anybody with a disability needs to be able to benefit from the possibility of having a job, either here, in the Commission, in another institution. How many people, persons with disabilities, visible or invisible, are employed? People spend their lives caring for persons with disabilities as well. What about them? Let's help them, let's support them too. It's vital that we think about a triangular policy which deals with persons with disabilities, but also the carers, as well as those who... Odile Morin hasn't had access to justice. People like her as well, their people's fundamental rights are trampled upon and flouted every day. That's what I wanted to say. I tried to say it in the way that persons with disabilities, or some of them...
E dovrebbe bastare.
Povedala iným spôsobom, už som taká hrdá, že som to nemohol.
It'll be good to listen to what colleagues at the Commission have to say about my report, and I'd also like to thank Céline Goussier, who is here, who has spent 10 years talking about the ill treatment of children with disabilities in...
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Berichterstatterin.
Thank you very much, Rapporteur. Next, on behalf of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee, Jordi Cañas has the floor.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Grazie, Presidente. Il titolo della relazione
of this report is Towards Equal Rights for Persons with Disabilities, and it's an honest title because towards is a preposition and it indicates movement towards a place in relation to an objective. And we have an objective, which is equality, but we're not there yet. Sometimes we're there de jure, but not de facto. We don't have that equality in reality, and we've seen that here today. We don't really have that equality. Equality is an objective that we have always been pursuing for everybody. But when it comes to persons with disabilities, they have a particular need for greater equality, and we as MEPs have an obligation. This Parliament needs to make a commitment to a clear ideal. All rights for all citizens in all countries of the European Union, so that what we have de jure is also available de facto in every country. We can't have exceptions when it comes to this search for equality, because equality is something that defines us as Europeans. And I hope that one day we will stop moving towards equality and really become an equal society for all. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Herr Abgeordneter. Und nun für
Thank you. On behalf of the Petitions Committee, Ulrike Müller, please.
Präsidentin, Frau Kommissarin, geschätzte
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, the goal of all of us must be an inclusive, attentive society for all people. Persons with disabilities are entitled to shape their lives as they wish, and that includes living out relationships and acceptance and inclusiveness. That must be our common goal for all of us. Freedom is important. Even in the European institutions, we haven't yet achieved that, as we've just seen. That's not acceptable, and should be the first step that we take in day-to-day life, we are all required to show more attention in society as a whole. In COVID, panic attacks and depression were on the rise, alongside physical and mental.
Également des problèmes physiques et ces problèmes
Further exacerbation of those conditions, and that wasn't perceived clearly enough. To deal with that, we need to think differently, and we need to approach things differently, beginning at a European level right down into the municipal and local administrations. Persons with disabilities need greater support at all levels in Europe. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Frau Abgeordnete, und nun ersuche ich unsere Kommissarin Helena.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the Commissioner Helena Dalli to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Madam President, honourable members. The strategy on the rights of persons with disabilities focuses on areas where EU action brings the highest added value, strongly calling on member states to act in their areas of competence. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is our beacon. The Convention is clear. Equal rights need to underpin disabilities. Welcome our common perspective and I welcome our common perspectives and commitment. This is the message we will send to the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in the context of its ongoing review of the EU's implementation of the Convention. The questions the Parliament raises with this report are fundamental. I welcome the opinions provided by Ample, Petty and Cult committees. Living independently while included in the community is the cornerstone of equal participation and of full enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms. Next year, the Commission will present guidance on the
iránymutatásokat alkalmaz majd.
Independent living, followed in 2024 by a framework of excellence for social services for persons with
különféle szociális szolgáltatások
go hand in hand, as true inclusion in the community can only happen if local quality service
betagozódás lehet
and accessible. Accessibility is another key element, as we heard earlier today, for independent living, as it enables persons with disabilities to move freely, access information, and to enjoy the opportunities their communities offer, including in employment, in education, without forgetting, of course, access to healthcare. In this spirit, with the initiative Accessible EU, the Commission will offer support to Member States to implement accessibility legislation and to share and develop good practices. Another important initiative mentioned in your report is the European Disability Card. The Commission work programme for next year refers to our intention to put forward a legislative proposal. An impact assessment will help determine the scope of the card as well as the type of the legal instrument to put it into practice. We have high ambitions, but will need to be mindful of competences as set out in our treaties. The Commission intends to make progress on the Equal Treatment Directive beyond employment. I'm glad to note that Parliament is on the same page in this respect. Both reasonable accommodation and non-discriminatory access are necessary to achieve equal treatment of persons with disabilities. Similarly, I hope we can continue to support and facilitate the participation of persons with disabilities in the upcoming European elections in 2024 in order to advance on the accessibility of electoral information and voting mechanisms, as well as on the participation of persons with disabilities. Additionally, Persons with disabilities have a right to be elected on an equal basis with others, and this Parliament should represent the EU in all its diversity. Although bound by member elections, I believe we can launch a strong message as EU institutions on this democratic matter. Political participation is, however, just part of the wider picture to ensure that broader legal rights in terms of legal capacity, decision-making, access to justice are ensured for persons with disabilities. The participation of persons with disabilities in the design and implementation of programs for disaster risk reduction needs to be strengthened to make preparedness plans and response efforts more accessible. It is clear that much work remains to be done. Thank you for the opportunity to open this important point, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissar.
Thank you very much.
Mevrouw de commissaris. Dan de
spokespeople for the political group. Firstly, on behalf of the EPP, Sarah Skutadal.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. And let me first start by thanking our rapporteur, Mrs. Pelletier, for her good work and for the good cooperation on this file. Let me highlight two important issues covered. Firstly, the forthcoming proposal on the EU disability card. It would mean more free movement between member states, also for EU citizens who are disabled. I think the Parliament needs to send an important signal in this report when we support the work of the European Commission in this matter. Secondly, the EU has great influence on our immediate neighbourhood. It is crucial that the EU uses its soft power to increase the quality of life for people with disabilities also outside our union. I'm happy that this perspective has also been covered and highlighted in this report. Mrs. Speaker, lastly, I would like to highlight the EPP Group's opposition to paragraph 90 of this report that proposes an EU legal framework for inclusive enterprises. Our European companies are already working really hard to better include persons with disabilities in enterprises and in society at large. I think that we need to show them that we see these efforts without demanding new EU directives that will further put red tape on businesses in these tough times. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Social and Democrat Group, the next speaker is Theresa Mweek, please. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, members, colleagues. Inclusion is a human right, and every person has the right to have equal rights as a member of society. Those words are in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities of the UN, and it also looks at how human rights should be implemented in different areas of life for persons with disabilities. And 10 years ago, we committed to this, and we've heard once again today that the realities are very different. And this is something we should be ashamed of. Persons with disabilities are often categorically excluded. Sometimes participation is not made possible, and the human right to inclusion is constantly violated. And we still don't have a directive which prevents this kind of discrimination, and we still don't have a proper ability to get to grips with the kind of violence which this implies. Persons with disabilities are subject to barriers that we impose as a society, so we need a paradigm shift. We need a different way of dealing with this issue. We need different rules, different laws. We must ensure that self-determination is possible and protect people from discrimination. Persons with disability should not depend on is that their human rights are upheld. And this is what we should be concerned with. Ms. Pelletier's report and the way in which it has been presented has demonstrated very well. We support it and we encourage everybody to get to grips with this issue. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes für die...
Thank you. On behalf of Renew, Ms. Abir Al-Sahani has the floor.
Tack fru ordförande, fru kommissionär, ärade kollegor.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues. The EU's motto is united in diversity, but we shouldn't simply have that between the nations that make up the EU, but within member states as well. Certain citizens, because they're persons with disabilities, are disadvantaged by the states in which they live. Their fundamental rights are not respected. Their right to vote, for example. And that's because it's difficult for them to have access to voting booths and polling stations in their constituencies for local elections and other elections, simply because they're people or persons with disabilities. Various member states don't respect the rights of persons with disabilities, and their rights are not guaranteed.
Et nous devons voir maintenant, nous voulons voir
To do something about this, and what we need to do now is make certain that persons with disabilities do enjoy full access to all services that they're supposed to. We can't keep dragging our feet about this. Most member states are unable to guarantee all citizens the rights which they ought to enjoy. They should know that we are looking at them, we're keeping an eye on them, because it's vitally important that this situation be brought to an end. Let me thank Anne-Sophie Pelletier for the work that she's done, and all the groups from left to right who have worked together on this deserve thanks as well. Despite our ideological differences, we've still managed to come up with a good text, decent proposals to make sure that persons with disabilities are treated with the respect that they deserve. They are citizens with full rights and they should enjoy them.
Thank you. Ms. Katrin Langenzipen on behalf of the Greens, please.
Yes. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Helena, dear Madam Chair, colleagues, thank you for that well-written report on equal rights of persons with disabilities. A famous activist in Germany, he's a wheelchair user, said in a statement, "Disabled persons are the last to be mentioned and the first to be forgotten." The situation for disabled persons in the EU is still unjust, and almost all member states ignoring the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. They have ratified it in different ways, here and there. Our role is to push EU legislation so that member states finally implement our rights. The freedom of movement for persons with disabilities must be guaranteed. This is why we urgently need an EU disability card. Here I still have a German one. I can't use it as an EU citizen in France or in Belgium when I take the bus to the parliament. But the transport must be accessible. Otherwise, the card is useless for me and for us persons with disabilities. We also need equal opportunity.
Nagyon fontos, hogy egyenlő esélyeik is legyenek.
Stop funding institutions. Therefore, here we call as well the Commission to review the Employment Equality Directive to align it with the CRPD and push inclusive to add. But let me say something. Christmas is knocking on our door, and there are so many TV shows in our member states. They're doing something good for us, spending money, millions and millions. Can we stop that business, please? We want to have human rights, equal rights, and no charity. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Abgeordnete.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak the floor for the ID group will be Antonio Rinaldi.
Presidente, colleghi, parlerò.
President, colleagues, as a father of a child with 100% disability, I shall speak not as a member of the Parliament. I read the report on towards equal rights for persons with disabilities, and I wonder why all the European institutions didn't pay attention to the day-to-day problems faced by persons with disabilities and their families that they have to take on themselves. The marginalisation and the impediments, above all in the workplace, and the red tape and the difference in health treatment and economic support within member states are all ignored when full attention for persons with disabilities should be the measure of an organised democratic society. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I will talk as a member of the Parliament, and I cannot fail to notice that this report brings in other categories of citizens who need high levels of protection. I don't deny that, but I don't know if they're comparable to persons with disabilities. Why can persons with disabilities not get their own autonomous report? Why do we have to put in categories which have nothing to do with the world and requirements of persons with disabilities when there are 87 million persons with disabilities in the EU? Children as well. These need a great deal of protection, and I'd like to thank Roberto Metsola, our president, for wearing this Parliament badge. I'm one of those who can wear the badge, head held high. Thank you.
The next person to take the floor for the ECR group will be Beata Mazurek. President, colleagues, we need a long time, and this is why I agree with everything that has been set out in this report. We really need to address discrimination against persons with disabilities. They must be included in society, and I think that's a priority for us all. We must do everything that we can to ensure that those persons understand that they are a part of our community. I emphasize the need for an action plan to ensure that persons with disabilities are not, for example, faced with finding difficulties accessing food. In the to this matter, that includes, for example, the situation regarding minorities and LGBT persons. I'm not sure is supposed to be about equal treatment for persons with disabilities. It seems to me to be an attempt to manipulate the issue, and I cannot go along with it. Thank you.
Schön, als nächstes für die Fraktion.
Thank you.
Collega José Gusmão namens de Link.
Obrigado, Sra. Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. The fact is that throughout Europe,
že všude v Evropě
the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and subscribe to the idea that persons with disabilities should enjoy an independent, autonomous life are simply signing up to stuff. They've got no sorts of exclusion. There's all sorts of fake therapies and all kinds of problems and barriers put in the way of persons with disabilities. And part of the responsibility for this is mainly lying with the member states. But it's also true that we continue to channel a considerable amount of community funding to policies on persons with disabilities and channel it to institutions which run counter to the spirit and the letter of this report. And this financing needs to stop. All the money spent on these policies need to be spent on granting persons with disabilities an independent life, and that's our responsibility.
Thank you. And the next to ask for the floor is Miroslav Kolakuzic. Thank you.
Poštovane kolege,
ladies and gentlemen, citizens of the EU, family, the society, the EU have one purpose and sense only, and that is to take care of one another. so that those who can give more, and those who can't can still have a dignified life. Persons with disabilities, unfortunately, can be found in different groups of disability and can, with a slight help, participate in the society fully. But some persons with disability are born in such a way that physically and mentally, from the moment they are born, they just cannot participate in the society. Many children who are born or acquire or become autistic at early age are not those persons with slight difficulties. Some of them are fully incapable of living alone and need the care of their parents 24 hours a day. And their parents only have one worry, and this is what is going to happen to them when they die. This is what we need to bear in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stelios Kimporopoulos. Go ahead.
Dear Madam President, dear Commissioner Dalli, dear colleagues, we speak about equal rights for disabled persons. Yet, this is the very first time that after my election, I speak in front of you from this rostrum like everyone else in this house. My excitement is so emotionally great, even if you see such small change. The fact that the place of every disabled person in this society is not equal to the other citizen is obvious in so many ways. This is the reason I welcome this report, particularly the highlighting of the urge to grant the right to legal capacity to every person, the adoption of common terms for independent living and decentralization across the EU, whose lack causes a continuous misinterpretation of the USRPD and the misplacement of funding, the collection of common statistical data, the importance of accessible housing, and the statement that involving disabled persons to political decision-making is not enough unless
också får delta i politiskt beslut.
By insisting on these issues, the EU would support the implementation of the already existing guidelines towards equal rights, although we have to go through a long distance. In Greek, we have a word which is philanthropia, is equal to charity. We don't want to be philanthropy in order to accept that every person is unique, and in order to have an inclusive society, we want this individualism. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank. Alle.
Thank you. Without exception, are entitled to come to this lectern and give their speech. So I can only apologise on behalf of the House that it has only been possible from now. It should, of course, be taken for granted. Maria Grappini, the next speaker. Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking after our colleague, speaking about persons with disabilities, we have studies, we've had research done, we've looked at the impact in society, we've looked at how these people are affected, we've got the UN Convention, but in every country the first problem such people face is accessibility. Even in European Parliament, colleagues don't have access to the room. How can that be? A colleague has spoken for the first time to Parliament from here. Madam Commissioner, I believe we must bring an end to this. Colleagues, we must all bring an end to this council dictatorship. For 14 years, there's been an attempt to get legislation for persons with disabilities. 14 years. And for 11 years, there's been deadlock from 2 countries. Well, here we are in Strasbourg. for persons with disabilities, it's impossible for them to get through passport queues entering Schengen. And I think in Parliament we must unite around this, and we must ensure that here we ensure that what we preach is put in practice without hard and fast measures. What we put in legislation isn't put in practice by council, and this will never be helpful for people with disabilities. Thank you. Thank you. Monica Semedo is our next speaker. Go ahead.
1.5 years ago, I suddenly became impaired. I have a rare disease, and today I only see 25%, even with the glasses, which is sometimes disturbing. But I know and I'm aware that many others have more struggle than me. They face discrimination in their everyday life. Half of people with disabilities are unemployed. Nearly 30% are at risk of poverty. And they are excluded, we are excluded from society. We have barriers, for example, in transportation or in education. 800,000 people with a disability could not vote in 2019 for the European elections because of barriers of accessibility. That cannot be. They have their right to vote, they have their voice to vote. As one of the chairs of the European Parliament's cross-party disability intergroup, I can assure you, we fight for equal chances and
Wij strijden voor gelijke kansen.
People with disabilities. And we fight that everybody can contribute to the society, because we can and we want to. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank. Ich muss jetzt leider streng sein.
Thank you. Unfortunately, you have to be strict. These are wonderful speeches, full of passion, all of them. But nevertheless, I must implore that you all adhere to speaking time. It's always particularly unfair when I say that just ahead of the next speaker, when the person before overstepped their time. But nevertheless, Grace O'Sullivan, can I ask you to stick to your speaking time, please?
Rights, not charity. This is the slogan of the Clare Leader Forum, an inspiring group in my own constituency who campaign tirelessly to overhaul the outdated bureaucracy faced by people with disabilities. Any Irish person living with a disability, intellectual or physical, knows the daily struggle to secure services that are considered basic in Trainer Trish McNamara saying to me that as soon as she was in a wheelchair, it was like she turned invisible. Still today, people are forced into nursing homes for lack of alternative, suitable accommodation. At Onakara Centre in Middleton, Cork, the voices of the vulnerable residents and service users have all but been ignored. I myself am battling to get my own daughter the assistance she needs against a system that just does not want to know. Ireland has signed up to the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. It is time to put it into place.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Abgeordnete Rosanna.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Rosanna Conte. Please come to the lectern.
Grazie. Di recente stiamo assistendo.
Thank you, Madam President. We've recently all seen how awareness of the issue of persons with disability is increasingly widespread, as shown by the ever-growing number of legislative proposals and institutional debates. But that's not enough, and we need to be quite clear about this. There are too many barriers which stop persons with disabilities from participating actively in our society, starting with education at school, where there's still limits of inclusion, right as far as jobs, where prejudice often wins out over ability. If we add to this that in many member states there's still no legal or monetary recognition for caregivers who assist persons with disabilities, we can understand that there's still too many gaps in the legislation. So what we need is a practical, but also not just a practical change, but a mindset change as well, which would allow persons with disabilities to feel that they're in charge and not just recipients of state handouts, and would allow each and every one of us to feel that we
wahren, inklusiven und für allen zugänglichen Gesetze für wszystkich.
Als nächstes zu Wort ist der Abgeordnete.
Thank you. Adam Kozha, next speaker.
Önök jól tudják, hogy mindig is kiálltam a fogyatékossággal élők.
As you know, I've always stood up for the rights of persons with disabilities. However, it's not useful to put other ideological issues in the text which could distract attention instead of having ideological debates. We can do more with innovative technologies. That would help persons with disabilities to be able to live independent lives. When it comes to education and training, we need to remove barriers. We need to put in place disabilities to take up high quality employment and to get the same pay for the same job. Our policies will only be put on persons with disabilities should be about those issues and not other matters.
Herzlichen Dank. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet ist die Frau Abgeordnete.
Thank you. Rosa Estaras Ferragut is next.
Presidenta.
Thanks, Madam President. The UN Convention on Persons with Disability is the first human rights treaty that the EU signed up to, along with all of its member states, and is legally binding. But 16 years on, we can look at the implementation. Some progress has been made, but there's an awful lot of work still to do. The key words are accessibility and inclusion. Inclusion means that all persons have the same value. It means tolerance, it means equality, it means respect. Persons with disabilities are giving us a lesson in what those words ought to mean. Accessibility is the other key word. Accessibility for education. There's an awful lot of stuff still to be done there. Accessibility for jobs. Just look at the figures. Persons with disabilities have got much higher unemployment rates than those who do not. In terms of health, in terms of justice, gender-based violence, accessible housing, participation, the right to vote, and in particular, are giving us lessons every day. We've got a chance now to do something and to act in the same way in which they have to handle their everyday life.
Coragem com que elas encaram as suas vidas.
Als nächstes zu Wort.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is
Angel. Ευχαριστώ, Πρόεδρε.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, everybody. Numerous reports have been adopted for persons with disabilities in persons with disabilities, or quotas in businesses for greater inclusion or better social. We unanimously in the European Parliament are calling for tangible action to put an end to the social injustice suffered by persons with disabilities. It's unacceptable that none of our appeals or promises have fed into hard and fast action. I turn to the Commission. Let's work hand in hand to ensure that this proposal for legislation establishing a European term, a multi-purpose card, not just linked to transport advantages, but also linked into culture, leisure, sport, education and employment, an inclusive card that takes into account the kind of disabilities with pictograms and QR codes that are different, facilitating thereby contact of persons with disabilities that aren't always visible and their access to first-line services. It will be added credibility for us facing our voters. Thank you, Mrs. Pelletier, for an excellent report. I put my trust in the Commission that this will advance quickly, jointly with us. President, thank you very much. The next speaker is Salvatore De Meo.
Thanks, Madam President. Once again today in this chamber, we all agree that disability is a condition which puts people at
en nackdel för många människor.
and social inclusion more difficult. But for years now, despite various national and European initiatives, we have to say that there's still a great deal still to be to deal with the cultural barriers and the indifference to discrimination. I think that discrimination can be seen by those who want to see it, but it's very difficult to get over barriers like that, barriers in people's minds.
Va nella giusta direzione e propone politiche attive di inclusione
and puts forward active policies to make sure that people's autonomy is respected and allows us to move into a phase where we pay more attention to persons with disabilities, for them and also those who live with them and care for them, and they are aware of the fact that they're not enjoying their full rights as they ought to. Thank you.
Thank you. Ja τώρα κυρία Pietikäinen.
Arvoisat kuulijat, vammaiset.
Dear listeners, are people, and that is why they should enjoy human rights. Human rights are part of the rule of law principle, which is one of the tasks of the European Commission. So I hope that the Commission can really step up their activities and test the limits of their mandate towards the Council, which has blocked the accessibility directive and has lessened its level of ambition. I would like to thank the Commission for its promise to introduce the EU disability card. I think that is the first step in implementing actual. We need similar duties for interoperability as are now being talked of in mobility. Deinstitutionalization, same opportunities, same rights. It's very important to force companies towards diversifying their workforce. Wages is another important matter, and language rights are important too. Parliament and interpretation as well. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Damit kommen wir.
Thank you. That takes us to the catch the eye procedure for the members who've asked for the floor. Milan Abriglius is the starting one.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor. Whenever we're discussing these issues, we have to say that the EU is a contracting party to the EU Convention. So legally and politically speaking, we need to be aware, we need to respect the highest standards. And the message that we're adopting today, after last week, we need to use it in this respect. We need to use EU funds to make sure that people with disabilities can live in a more independent way. But they need to have access to quality support and care. And and I'm proud that Slovenia is one of the forerunners on the EU card for people with disabilities from. The Commission should also make sure that the rights of the disabled people are equally recognized party to the convention. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Gospođa Pereira, izvolite.
Thanks, Madam President. This report puts together many of the demands that persons with disabilities want to make. We need to make certain that we also help fight for their rights, so that anyone, no matter what their social origin or level of income or where they live, has access to quality public services and can defend their own rights to health, to housing, to education and other rights. including the right to communication. We need policies which put persons with disabilities at the heart of the legislation, that make certain that they can be citizens enjoying full rights throughout their lives and can have a dignified, autonomous life with access to inclusive, public, high-quality
liv, som kan uddanne sig som la cultură și la sport.
Und anderen Tätigkeiten.
That they have and their families are also protected. When we are looking at these problems and attempts to overcome the various kinds of discrimination, it's important that all their rights are respected. Thanks very much.
Dankeschön. Unser nächster Sprecher ist der Abgeordnete.
Thank you. Radan Kanef is the next speaker.
Благодаря, госпожо председател. За нас всички...
For us who participate in this debate, it is quite clear that the integration of people with disabilities, the situation of these people is very different in the different member states. Their participation in the labor market, their income, their participation in public life, and their representation in national parliaments, or here, even here in...
Und sogar hier im Europäischen Parlament
are very different financial situations in our countries. The biggest problem is how to spend the money allocated for the integration for people of disabilities. And the focus we have to put on our action is the ban on spending money for integration for other purposes and further isolating.
Fără să mai poate să fie izolate. Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
Thank you. Clara Aguilera is the next speaker.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. I would like to add my voice to those supporting this important initiative, and of course I congratulate Ms. Pelletier on her report. I would also like to ask, as others have done, for us to update the Directive on Equal Treatment. This directive is not preventing the kind of discrimination against persons with disabilities that we're seeing, and it's incredible. We have the welfare state in Europe. We have a Europe based on rights that we're so proud of, and yet persons with disabilities don't have these rights. Sometimes they can't even vote, as we have seen. It's absolutely unacceptable in the European Union. The right to take decisions is very important. Accessibility should be a priority objective, a priority for all of us. The European Union has not lived up to the needs of the circumstances, and it should be on the agenda, top of the agenda, both for the Commission and for the Council, which is not even present in the Parliament today. And I just wanted to close by saying that, as my colleague has said, persons with disabilities don't want handouts, they want rights. And
mindenképpen meg kell változtatni
the rights of persons with disabilities. Let's do it now. Thank you.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet ist die Frau Abgeordnete.
Thank you. Mrs. Fofana is the next speaker.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Les personnes en...
Thank you, Madam President. Persons with disabilities are faced with structural obstacles and discrimination, often victims of violence. When it comes to gender-based violence, we can bring in tailored measures for, say, women with disabilities who are from minorities which are the most seriously affected, but unfortunately they're often faced with double discrimination. They suffer from violence, but often excluded from basic services like health, jobs, education, etc. There's also invisible disabilities, which are still a huge problem for the individual who has them. It's important that we avoid creating an environment which promotes violence and injustice. We need to recognize the intersection of gender and disability which persons are subject to, if so as to have more targeted and tailored responses. We need to increase the legal aspects which will guarantee comfortable access to their rights for persons with disabilities, as well as access to justice. there's going to be a day of protest for the denial of rights to persons with disabilities. We need to give them a voice, which should be a huge priority for us. Thank you very much.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet ist der
Thank you. Libe Committee Chair Juan Fernando Aguilar is the next speaker to have asked for the floor.
Señora Presidenta, Comisaria Dalli.
President, Commissioner Dalli, when we talk about equality of rights for persons with disability, we're talking about fundamental rights and the Charter that protects them. There is Article 21, which prohibits all forms of discrimination, and Article 26, which requires the EU to promote these issues and to integrate persons with disabilities. This is what this report from the Libe Committee is about, which has Ms. Belletti as its rapporteur. We need to address these issues, looking beyond national differences when it comes to discrimination against persons with disabilities. Political participation, access to healthcare, the prohibition of any kind of violence or forced practices against persons with disabilities. These things are so important, and I think this shows that if we are looking at this issue, we're looking at people's rights as individuals. We're looking at how we can work for the good of society as a whole in Europe and for the member states. But this debate would not be complete if we did not make it clear that we're still waiting to see what comes of the Equal Treatment Directive. And it's been stuck in the Council for over 10 years. It's just unbelievable. And so I think this is an objective that the Commission should really pick up on. That Equal Treatment Directive is needed to add to the work that we're doing in the European Parliament to address discrimination against persons with disabilities.
Thank you. And to conclude the Catch the Eye, Mick Wallace, please.
The right to timely access to affordable, preventative and curative health care of good quality is enshrined in the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The EU and all its member states have ratified this convention. Yet, in Ireland last week, the Health Service Executive were forced to apologise to the families of children across the country who cannot access disability services. Earlier this year, Inclusion Ireland conducted a survey among families with children with disabilities. Over 50% of the families of children surveyed were not in receipt of any disability service. Over 85% of them have waited for over a year. How, in God's name, can the Irish government stand over this? And is there any way that the EU can actually pressure the Irish government to do the right thing in the area of disabilities? Thank you very much.
Der Dank geht zurück. Damit ist die Rednerinnenliste.
Thank you. Back to you. That concludes the speakers list, and I will now ask the Commissioner to come and give us her concluding remarks. Thank you.
Rights are non-negotiable. So the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities is anchored in all the rights of the UN Convention. Recognizing persons with disabilities as rights owners is the entry point to a change of perspective in disability policies. Persons with disabilities are citizens entitled to, like everybody else, to take their decisions, have ambition, develop their talents, and flourish in their private, educational, and professional lives. We listened carefully to you while setting the priorities in the strategy, as you know, and we expect continued cooperation with you, the House of European Democracy, as the strategy becomes a practical reality. All three institutions must take seriously the implementation of the strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities and discuss ways to address and to better our practices in that regard. I value all opportunities, including today's debate.
Per me è importante ogni opportunità anche
We can progress towards building a union of equality. I thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin. Und damit erhält die Berichterstatterin Anne-Sophie Pelletier nochmals das Wort. Bitte.
Thank you very much. Now to the rapporteur, Mrs. Pelletier.
D'abord, Madame Dalli.
Madame Dalli, I think you can see that this Parliament is really calling upon you to get things started, get the ball rolling, and we want a directive on the European card, and we want it before the end of this term to make sure that we at least achieve this equality within this term. Time for words of thanks. I'd like to thank all my colleagues, the shadow rapporteurs, of course. I would also like to thank my colleagues from the Petty Committee, the Employment Committee, the Cult Committee. Thank you very much to all my colleagues who really have contributed with really good comments that were so important to feed into the debate. Now, this report, I came here in 2019, and right from the outset, I said to myself, right, I'm going to take a report on persons with disabilities, because before coming here, I was actually dealing with people with disabilities, so it was my ambition. And I think we're all different. Of course, we're all unique. And at the end of the day, it's difference that gives right to difference and society and being together. So it's very important for us here in Parliament to make our voices heard, a strong voice, to guarantee real, genuine equality, fundamental equality for all persons living with a disability. And therefore, Madame Dalli, once again, I turn to you. Be ambitious. We should never, never have inequality between citizens in this European Union. There is such a thing as ableism, I'm afraid, and we've noticed that this has an impact, that this really has an impact on people with disabilities, and all too often, we just let them speak up for themselves, the voice of the forgotten. Here in this people living with disabilities are heard, that we hear these voices, that they are not forgotten, that people living with a disability are always on our minds. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Berichterstatterin. Die Aussprache ist.
Thank you very much to the rapporteur. This concludes our debate on this item. The vote will be tomorrow. This brings us to the next item on this agenda. That is the Commission statement on the outcome of COP27. So for this, we'll have the Executive Vice President, Frans Timmermans. We'd like to welcome him and ask him to come forward to the podium for his introductory remarks. So welcome to the plenary, sir. Time to get to work.
Honourable members, if we want to evaluate COP27, I think we need to start a bit before, a couple of months before, and see where we were internationally leading into COP27. I attended several meetings, including G20, where major emitters were trying to step back quite substantially from the agreements we had reached in Glasgow in COP26. So the months leading up to COP27 weren't very auspicious for the most ambitious amongst us. Secondly, a confrontation was growing between the developed world and the developing world on the issue of adaptation, but especially on loss and damage. So this combination of major emitters trying to step back, confrontational attitude from developing countries because they felt not being heard by the developed world, did not bode well for the preparation of COP27. Now, I think the results are a lot better than what I expected before, and I want to start by thanking both the Council and Parliament.
Wil beginnen met het bedanken van zowel de Raad.
But especially in the preparation, because one of the myths that was created in the months ahead was that because of the war, Europe was stepping back from its coal, and that all our commitments would be lost. And thanks to the very hard work of the co-legislators, we could go to Sharm el-Sheikh and explain very clearly that we're not just sticking to our commitments of reducing our emissions with at least 55% by 2030, but that we would overshoot that commitment already on the basis of the three pieces of legislation agreed between the co-legislators between Parliament and the Council. So we could take that thing at the beginning of the second week of COP, we could take that off the table, and we could still show clearly that we remained ambitious. Now, in the days leading up to the end of the COP, tensions were high because of attempts to step away from the commitments in Glasgow, and also because of the proposal put on the table plus China on a fund for loss and damage, which would mirror earlier funds and which would not look at countries in terms of their role in emissions, but only whether in 1992 they were considered developing countries, yes or no. And I think at some point in close dialogue and cooperation with both the member states and the ministers present, who were all extremely active during the COP, and the delegation of the European Parliament, we came to the conclusion that Europe should try and bridge these differences by coming up with a plan, especially on loss and damage, that would not start from 1992, but from the situation now. So that would do a couple of things. That would address the responsibility of all those who are major emitters and all those who can afford to take responsibility. That would focus the loss and damage fund on the most vulnerable countries and not spread it out to all developing countries. And that would be able to use what we call the mosaic of measures from all other instruments, including, for instance, reforming the international financial institutions, putting the MDBs in different positions, engaging with the private sector, etc., etc. And I think when the European Union put this on the table, and I did,
Toen de Europese Unie dit op tafel legt,
the Secretary General, with my colleagues from the US and China, especially the US and China, were taken aback a bit that we...
met name China en VS ons...
The G77 plus China plan was the one that would carry the day. The Americans thought that there would be no plan at all. So when we came up with this idea, I think we were able to create, as a secretary...
Cum a spus secretarul general.
Ģenerālsekretārs teica, tad mēs radījām jauns...
world and a developed world, but we would distinguish especially on the basis of whether you're a major emitter or not, and look at those countries that needed support more than those who needed less. And I think this was an important breakthrough that allowed us to bring parties closer together. It also allowed us to insist on at least not stepping back from our commitments made in Glasgow, and we can use the mitigation work programme now to make sure that these commitments are still solid and strong in the months and the years to come. So, all in all, my verdict, as you know, my verdict on the mitigation side was negative at the end of the COP. My verdict on the loss and damage fund is positive because it will allow us, if we act collectively and strongly in the months to come, to shape it in a completely different form than previous attempts to address the issue. And the combination between the mitigation work programme and the work on the fund would allow us to shape it in a way that takes our commitments into the future, in a positive way. I know that the incoming presidency of COP is very ambitious on these issues. I also know we're still faced with huge challenges in the time to come, but all in all, the results of the COP will allow us to move forward, will allow us to bring along the major emitters who, some of them, wanted to step back, will allow us also in the combination of the JETPs, the Just Energy Transition plans, to also take some of the major emitters in the Global South with us in the right direction. So all in all, my verdict today is positive. We would have liked to see much more on the
dioxid de carbon. Deci, până la urmă, este un rezultat pozitiv.
Result on loss and damage. I think we also have an opportunity to work very closely with those most vulnerable, also in adaptation. And I think, all in all, the European Union showed real leadership, and we were the ones building the bridges. We were the ones who were able to get a result that everybody could sign up to. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much to the Executive Vice President. We'll now be hearing the representatives of the different groups, with Lydia Pereira first for the group of the European People's Party. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Now, the COPs succeed each other, but the results really do not arrive. Here in Europe, what we want are results. We see successive COPs taking place. We see the work that we're doing at home. We want to.
Li abbiamo fatti. Al tempo stesso abbiamo aumentato la nostra produttività.
We, of course, want to reduce emissions without affecting our productivity or our GDP. Here, we invest in technology, new technologies, innovations, and supporting our private sector. We could do more as well by creating a European Union of energy. But at the COP27, we saw a lack of results on some of the most important points. You, Executive Vice President, mentioned some of these, emissions in particular. This is an area where we need to have results, colleagues, in order to reduce all of the negative effects from storms and other climate effects that we could have. We see a lot of words, but we don't really see a lot of results arising from them. Now, the world's poorest countries, of course, need help in order to combat and mitigate the effects of climate change, because if they're not provided with support, it will only make things worse. Here in the EU, we have emissions reductions targets for 2030. We are one of the main financiers of really aren't doing the most in order to affect China, US, and India, the world's biggest polluters. And we're not doing enough to get true results. And this is what we need to do, to sit down with the Council and the Commission in order to ensure that true action can be taken. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now for the S&D, we have Delata Burkhardt. You have the floor. Thank you very much, colleagues. Here at the European Parliament, we have a lot of allies and a lot of alliances in the fight against climate activists who cannot study because of floods and have destroyed their university. Talking about how they worked so hard to do their job, but they know, or she knows, that her daughter will not be able to continue to live where her family has its roots. And it's in this background that we need to ask ourselves, what have we achieved at this climate conference? And here, I think it's true that one of the successes has to do with loss and damage and what effect by it, because it is an important step towards climate justice around the world. And it will probably help us most precisely there where they need it and where people really can't study because their university has been flooded. Now, these achievements have only been who's been working with the mandate and taking political action. And I think that's important to note. But it's not enough to deal with the climate crisis in this way and deal with the effects. We also need to tackle the causes. And here at Sharm el-Sheikh, not enough was done. I'd say we'd even taken a step backwards. We have not clearly made commitments to the 1.5-degree target. We say it every year, but time is getting short. We really need to do our homework and take action now. Here in the European Parliament, but also in the other European institutions, the question is the commitments being made there. Whether just with LULUCF, it can be made clear that if we can negotiate to achieve better results, then we can achieve our targets. We need to put the pressure on. I think it's important at this stage to say that I had major concerns about human rights situations on the ground. Activists were harassed. In some cases, this also affected those of us here from the Parliament. And we need to make it quite clear that climate policy can only be made properly when the necessary rights are respected. We cannot accept dictatorial, autocratic regimes controlling the situation. And here, thank you. Next, for the Renew Group, Barry Andrews.
Commissioner and colleagues. Struck by how you characterized the achievement of loss and damage, and it is an enormous achievement because one felt immediately afterwards that it wasn't presented in that way by the Commission, that in somehow or another the G77 position was challenged and maybe there was a better way to do it than loss and damage. And I listened to the distinction you draw between 1992 and today, and this is an enormous achievement, what has been done at COP27, because for the first time it recognizes those who pollute more, those who possess more must do more, and that if you break it, which we did, you fix it, which we should. And that
qualcosa si deve aggiustare. Questo
this issue. It's about climate justice, something that my compatriot Mary Robinson has spoke so passionately about over the years. And it's an achievement because we have a credibility problem in the European Union. I've just come back from Marrakesh, where I had discussions with my African Liberal colleagues over 2 days. And they are struck by the fact that we're opening coal mines. You've mentioned it yourself, Commissioner. They're struck by the fact that we're pricing them out of the LNG market, that we have allowed for loopholes in relation to gas exploration. And they are challenging us to be real partners on this issue. And I sincerely believe that we have to get over the credibility issue that is really challenging the European Union. And I will say finally that I think you are correct in saying that we have made a solid achievement here, but we also cannot gaslight G77 countries for the positions that they rightfully took. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, for the Greens, Bas Eickhout. You have the floor.
And thank you, Commissioner, for the introduction, and indeed pointing out that probably the biggest success of Sharm el-Sheikh was indeed the Loss and Damage Fund, and I do indeed have to commend that Europe took the turn there, which was crucial for having a good outcome there. But I think we all are very well aware, and you mentioned it as well, that for the rest, Sharm el-Sheikh was a disappointment, especially
una delusione, soprattutto per l'ambizione.
Still there to staying below the 1.5 degrees.
Man er under 1,5 grader.
The world did not succeed, and basically, compared to Glasgow, we lost a year, which you also said after that COP. I don't want to go look.
Isso foi dito no final desta COP.
How are we going to prepare for COP28? What are the steps to be taken, and what lessons can be learned? And there I have a couple of questions. First of all, the very simple one: when will Europe increase its
Europa ще повиши
to increase their NDC? We did it when we came out of Glasgow. Now we did it again. Now we do it again when we come out of Sharm el-Sheikh. So, when will Europe take that step? I think it would be very helpful to hear from you on subsidies. We are always saying that we want to finish fossil subsidies, but tomorrow we will probably have the last negotiation. There will be fossil subsidies. There will be. But I think then mostly important is how to make sure we limit them, and how to make sure that at least it's not going to oil, which is also on the table and hopefully can still be defeated. So I here also really call upon the Commission to take a strong stance and to really support some of the proposals from the Parliament. The clock was not really on 2 minutes. I have no idea where it was, but I'll be brief, but I'm sure not at 2 minutes yet, Madam Chair. So that's going to be important as well. But I think the last, most important part is how are we going to build alliances with third world countries, former third world countries, to overcome this north versus south divide. And I think that's also very crucial. And we did not succeed enough next year. Last point, which was also my colleague Burkhardt mentioned, it's on what the UN needs to do for the room and the space for the civil society. It was really concerning to see that there was hardly any space for civil society. At a COP, there needs to be space for civil society, so I would also like to hear from the Commission what kind of actions towards the United Nations we're going to take to ensure that civil society can play its role when it's needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleague. You were at least half right. Okay, so I would like now to give the floor to colleague Nicola Procaccini from ECR Group.
Grazie, Presidente. L'unico risultato.
Tak, formand. The eneste of COP27 was the creation of the Loss and Damage Fund. This is money that will be paid by the most developed countries to developing countries, despite the fact that the developing countries refused to make commitments to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
Drivhusgasemissioner.
Ideology, which requires self-flagellation from Europe and the most evolved democracies in the world, as if development is a crime that has to be atoned for. What I disagree with is a principle whereby those who pollute the least have to pay the ones who pollute the most, because this also leads to an unfair advantage in global economic competition. It's not by chance that one of the beneficiaries will probably be China, which on its own emits 5 times the CO2 of the whole of the EU. So, Commissioner Timmermans, we'll see you at COP28, which will be held in the United Arab Emirates. This is another country that is a beacon of environmental sustainability and human rights. And
S lidskými právy, a to určitě tady najít.
Chamber.
Paljon kiitos, kollega.
Thank you very much, Mr. Procaccini. Then on behalf of the left group, Mr. Mick Wallace, you have the floor.
The EU's proposal at COP to expand the loss and damage donor pool reinterprets what loss and damage is about. Instead of recognising and acting on,
invece di riconoscere le responsabilità,
countries want to shift the blame and get other countries that do not have even remotely the same history of emissions or the same emissions per capita to pay into the fund. It's a climate colonialism. The EU proposal was made knowing full well that China and other non-annex countries would never agree, because it does not the annexes, which create the categories of developed and developing countries. Research shows Annex 1 countries are responsible for over
dell'allegato 1 sono responsabili per più del 90%.
According to the Overseas Development Institute, the US fair share of climate finance is 43%, but the US pays a fraction of this. And getting the US to cough up is probably the biggest challenge for climate victims seeking justice. Now, if we are to get money to countries like Pakistan, countries who are the least responsible for the problems they're facing, suffering from
mee te maken krijgen en die te lijden hebben onder de gevolgen
for these countries, I think we're going to have to actually dismantle Bretton Woods if we want, as we have to fix our financial system because it's broken as it stands. Thank you.
Kiitos, edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. The next speaker from the non-attached members is Madam Todd. You have the floor.
Madam President, COP27, the climate summit, I'm afraid is a complete failure. It's very sad that at this year's summit, no real commitments were made. And it's also a cause for serious concern that
en heel weinig landen
said at this summit, the financial support that's supposed to be provided to developing countries has not yet been developed, and in addition to that, Commissioner Timmermans has simply tried to sell his misguided climate ideology on behalf of the Commission. This is really a way of undermining the effectiveness of the whole system. There are negative trends, and the EU on its own cannot stop these negative developments. It's only if we join forces with our partners and if we work together that we can find solutions to climate protection issues. And therefore, instead of these sanctions, what we need is real and effective climate.
Thank you, Madam Todd. The next speaker is Mr. Peterlise. You have the floor.
Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
colleagues, I also was disappointed by Sharm el-Sheikh. It says 1.5 degrees in the document, but we didn't see any real progress towards meeting that 1.5 degree target. And with respect to loss and damage, it's horrifying that we were not able to get China in on the game. It must take on some of its responsibility to this unsatisfying result. First, we need to improve our climate diplomacy. We do a lot of good things here at home. And I don't mean this personally to Executive Vice President, but I do think we all need to do better. At the Parliament, I think we need to do our work better. as we prepare the COP meetings and invest more time and effort into that. And second, I don't think we should reduce our ambitions. We're currently facing a crisis, it's true, and we will have to use more coal in some countries over the short term. But over the medium and long term, we see the crisis. We are dependent on Russia. We have high prices. And the only answer to all of these crises is more renewables and more energy efficiency. So we need to step up our efforts in Fit for 55, not water them down. Thank you.
Lise.
Thank you, Mr. Lise. The next speaker is Madam Fritzon. You have the floor.
Fru ordförande.
Hvala.
Well, it was exciting and it was also important to be there for COP27 in Egypt. Having said that, we were disappointed, I was disappointed, and I was worried when I left this climate summit. I would have hoped for so much more than this. I'm very worried about the least, but are the most impacted. Look at Pakistan, for instance, you know, a quarter of the country underwater. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that so few steps forward were made in these negotiations to try to stem emissions. But I'm also, of course, proud of the role played by the European Union and our Commissioner, Mr. Timmermans. I think that we, as the EU, really were a reference point in proposing solutions to deal with these problems. I think we raised the bar. That's good. But what about the next meeting? I think that for the next meeting, EU's leadership will be critical. We need to make our ambitions even greater going forward if we want to actually achieve the targets of the Paris Agreement. If we want to do that, time is of the essence. And if we want to reach these ambitious targets, then I really think we have to move up a gear. We owe that. I really think we owe that to all the innocent women and all the innocent children. Like I said, emit the least but are the worst affected by this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Fritzon. The next speaker is Madam Karlsbro. Take the floor, please.
Fru talman.
Madam President. The world came together in Egypt for COP27, but it was overshadowed by war. We are dealing with
in de schaduw van de oorlog hoge energie.
There are great challenges, but climate cannot wait. I really wish I didn't have to say this, but I must say it. COP27 was a disappointment, yet another disappointment. We would have needed unity to take measures more quickly in order to bring emissions down for real. At the same time, of course, I'm proud. I'm proud that the European Union is meeting its expectations and obligations, that we're showing leadership. Last week, we agreed on new and we also have a new policy on deforestation. I think that really will make a difference, and I think it does demonstrate that the EU is in the lead here.
Brzy budeme pokračovat ve vyjednávání o
These are sources of inspiration. Let's use them in order to prepare for the next summit. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Karlsbro. The next speaker is Madame Toussaint. You have the floor.
La COP27 est un échec douloureux.
27 was a painful failure. You, Vice President, urged China and India and the United States to undertake climate action, and rightfully so. But how can we claim to be setting an example when we continue to invest in fossil fuels? I welcome the proposal that was put on the table here on loss and damage, but how can we not regret ambiguity in this area? We are asking developing countries to move away from fossil fuels in order to be deserving of Western money. But in reality, we've barely reduced our own carbon footprint since 1990. And the reparations of our historic climate debt is now being linked to actions now. businesses are now sometimes supported by the Commission in signing new oil and gas contracts during the COP27 times with Egypt and Qatar, with all the corruption that involves. And we're seeing that once again, we are not allowing fossil fuels to remain in the ground. The United Nations have regretted anything that damages the climate, but we have not been able to do that. So once again, Vice President, colleagues, we now need to move from words to actions.
Thank you, Madame Toussaint. The next speaker is Madame Mesure. You have the floor, please.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
President, colleagues, we see one COP after another. Deals are done during these COPs. We seem to have new resolutions. Yes, the creation of a loss and damage fund for countries in the south is good news, but it's really the least we could do, given the fact that the prosperity of the northern countries is based on exploiting the damage of climate damage that they've not done. Now, we want to be set a good example, but we don't always live up to our words. If you look at the free trade agreements that have been put forward in this chamber that favour some of the biggest polluters in the world, we also are affecting the climate for 44 million Europeans. We're seeing that the markets have led to energy shortages. We don't have faith in the market and its short-term vision, which is focused on immediate profit and short-termism. We need a more long-term view where
wir müssen sehen, was die Bevölkerung braucht, und man muss
and to act to protect those. Colleague, we all know what the next stages are, but we have to be very clear and say that market and the environment are not compatible, and we're all suffering the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jessica Bjurfeld. You have the floor.
Fru talman.
Thank you, Madam President.
Vi nås varje dag av.
Every day we receive reports, and all the reports point in the same direction. The climate crisis we're facing requires quick and effective measures. In Egypt, we heard about the money that is earmarked for education. Well, we're having to rechannel that money towards climate issues. In the Maldives, for instance, and this is very dangerous for the children concerned. We can also see that if the EU actually steps up to the plate and comes up with specific proposals for legislation, this can make a difference. We now have an agreement on how to bring down our own emissions, and I think that that is to be welcomed. It's a clear signal. It's a clear signal to say we are ambitious in our climate targets. I think I speak for all when I say that, COP27 was bittersweet, really. We had to accept so know that these are not sufficient if we want to reach our target of 1.5%. These are shortcomings, and they really jeopardize the Paris Agreement. At the same time, it was good because we heard a lot of testimonies. Industry, the economic sector wants to do something. They want to contribute. We were criticized. One is rarely pleased when one is criticized, but it was actually welcome to hear industry saying, you need to do something, you need to act more quickly, you need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Bjurfeld. And the next speaker is Mr. Vogelsang. Take the floor, please.
Commissioner, colleagues, this climate summit in Egypt was indeed a disappointment, taking into consideration that we didn't manage to agree on the reduction targets that we need. We didn't manage to increase the speed of the climate action sufficiently. We did manage one positive thing, which was the compensation fund that the rich countries have to pay to the less rich countries, which is mainly our responsibility in the rich world historically, in a historical perspective. The EU has been much criticized. Role, I think the EU was the really the only actor who took responsibility to increase, among few actors, but one of the greatest powers that increased its reduction target and also put the fund on the compensation question on the agenda. That was the EU's contribution. I think we need to see much more of that positive contribution from the European Union, because we need to speed up action. The climate targets that we have are way too low. If we also look out in the world,
A musíme sa snažiť o to, aby treba
2060, China 2060,
2060, Kina do 2060.
20 years too late. That's not good enough. The EU needs to inspire. The EU also needs to push by saying we want to trade with you, but only if you also increase your reduction targets and do more, and that's legislation that we work on now, and we'll need to get that done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Kiitos. Kiitos edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Fuglsang. The next speaker is Mr. Holmgren. You have the floor, please.
Fru ordförande, kommissionär Timmermans.
Thank you.
Jag gör samma när det gäller COP27. Små steg i rätt.
COP27. Small steps in the right direction. The loss and damage work, for instance, that's important.
Veľmi dôležité, že vznikol ten fond
as well regarding the key work, namely bringing down our emissions quickly. Now, regarding the loss and damage fund, I have a question to the Commissioner. I'd like to ask you, how are we in the EU and in the rest of the world that is well off, how are we going to actually implement this? I mean, we've promised money to the developing world in the past, but we've not actually paid up. How are we going to make sure that happens in future? And this really is essential. We want to bring down emissions and we want to do so quickly. You know, we have higher ambitions in the EU. We did that, we prepared that before the summit, but we're still very far from the target that we need in order to be in line with the Paris Agreement. So I'm asking you, what can we do now, quickly, in order to actually approach the Paris Agreement and its targets well in time before the next meeting, the COP28? Thank you.
Kiitos, edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Holmgren. Next speaker is Mr. Larouturou. You have the floor.
Chers amis, chers collègues, on a...
College. Când am venit astăzi la
outraged when I got to the Parliament today and saw how much lobbies had been able to corrupt colleagues. But when I left the COP27, I was outraged by the oil lobbies who managed to oil and gas. Now we're seeing that we have created a new fund to help countries affected by climate disasters. This is necessary, and Europe pushed for this, but we're risking a gap between northern and southern countries if this is merely a promise and they don't see any money. Enough of promises, we need deeds. For 3 years, however, the European Parliament has proposed a solution, 0.1% tax on financial transactions, which could lead to an income of 57 billion per year. Maria Fernanda Espinosa, the former president of the United Nations Assembly, said to me that this tax is not just a solution when it comes to financing, it also helps to bring about reconciliation between the North and the South. So to avoid chaos, we have to create this transaction tax, and we need to have an agreement on that before the next COP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Larouturou. The next speaker is Mr. Bloss. You have the floor.
Frau Präsidentin, Herr...
Thank you, Madam President. Executive Vice President Timmermans. 2022 was a lost year for climate protection. I'll tell you why. We are violating the Paris Agreement, and we are on a deadly path to 3 degrees of global heating. That's why in Glasgow 1 year ago we said that 2022 would be the year in which we would all increase our climate targets so that we could meet the 1.5 degree goal. And nothing's happened. Mr. Timmermans, you said after the fact that the European Union would not be increasing its climate goals because we've already been doing enough. But if everybody says that, then nothing will happen and it will all go to the dogs. Let's not make this same mistake. We need to set higher EU.
Sind nötig und fordern Sie das Gleiche von unseren Partnern.
80% is needed, and we need to demand the same of our partners. because 2023 cannot be another lost year for climate protection. Thank you.
Kiitokset
Thank you, Mr. Bloss. The next speaker is Mr. Cuff. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice President Hautala, Executive Vice President Timmermans.
Gerbiamas vykdomasis komisijos
At COP, along with my colleague Eamon Ryan from Ireland, to create the Loss and Damage Fund. But we have created a vessel. We now have to fill it. And I think the challenge in the years ahead is to find the funds
Sfida è quello di trovare finanziamenti
that need it most. But I think above all of this, we have these headline commitments. We've had them for 10, 20 years. We now have to dig down at a granular level. And those of us in public life must give the commitment to the decisions that are made in this Parliament every day of the week on the files that we hold. And it's all very well to be in favour of climate action in theory at a high level, but to resist it in practice. That is the real challenge that we have, to communicate climate action, not just in the rhetoric at these annual meetings, whether it be at COP15 in Montreal, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, but in the legislative files. And I fear that a lot of
Concrete legislație și, din păcate, multe din
deep. It goes as far as signing on the dotted line at a high level, but not delivering it in reality. And that, friends, is what we have to deliver in these rooms in the months and years ahead. Thank you.
Kiitokset, edustaja Cuff.
Thank you, Mr. Cuff. Now moving on to the Catch the Eye procedure. We have 4 requests. Well, first of all, colleague Sarah Cerdas, please take the floor. So 1 minute. Take the floor.
Obrigada, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. COP27. Of course, a lot of positive things happened. The Agreement on Loss and Damage Fund is one of those things, which recognizes that there are regions in the world that are more vulnerable than others. Just as in the EU, we have outermost regions that are more vulnerable. However, in everything else, it fell short of expectations. We need to have a deep-reaching transformation and to recognize the intrinsic links between the climate crisis, biodiversity, and the ocean crisis. These must be recognized and dealt with by ending fossil fuel subsidies, investing in renewables, ensuring accountability for the textile sector, combating the plastic pandemic, and fighting disinformation about sustainability. We have no more time to lose. We need to respond to the calls of the next generations and secure the future of the planet for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Cerdas. Next speaker is Catherine Chabot. Take the floor, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Monsieur le Commissaire, à Sharm el-Sheikh, j'ai décidé de reprendre la mer.
I decided to cross the Atlantic, sailing by myself, and I wanted to raise attention, flag the issue of climate change, and I actually was able to witness it firsthand in terms of climate deregulation. Now, I can see that in the different negotiations, oceans are occupying ever more space, but unfortunately we're not where we should be yet. The European Union has the biggest maritime space in the world, and yet we're lagging behind. Not only do we need to catch up on that, we need to be much more ambitious. We need to incorporate the marine environment.
Ilmastovastauksien hakemisessa.
We know how to map blue carbon. We know how to develop blue finance. In Dubai, it was decided that COP28 would be a blue COP.
Domanda, l'Unione Europea si associerà a questa iniziativa?
To join that initiative, and are you going to integrate oceans a bit more now in terms of the EU's reply to the objectives of the Paris Agreement and also more generally in public policy? Thank you.
Kiitokset, kollegas.
Thank you, Madam Chabot. The next speaker.
Very much, President. As we've had a lot of talk about lobbying today, let's register that the COP delegations were able to benefit from the advice of 636 representatives from the oil and gas industry. And of course, surprise, surprise, the end deal had no mention of any phase out of fossil fuels in the final decision. Fossil fuels at the very heart of our global CO2 emissions. But of course, the COP wasn't a disaster for everyone. 14 international gas agreements were sealed or announced. Germany even signed a partnership with Egypt for gas supplies on the eve of the World Climate Summit. And yes, we've had talk about the historic loss and damage fund, but seriously, $360 million? Pakistan alone has suffered $200 billion in costs of extreme weather this year alone. And what happened to the promise in 2009 that there was going to be a fund of $100 billion a year by 2020? It's very clear capitalism is not going to solve the climate problem. We can't rely on events sponsored by Coca-Cola, the world's biggest plastic producer. We need to take action ourselves.
Paljon kiitokset, edustaja.
Thank you very much, Madam Daly. Next speaker is Javi Lopez. Take the floor, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President.
La Présidente, Monsieur le Vice-Président.
So after COP27, we're all asking ourselves, was it a good COP or a bad COP? Well, it might have been a difficult COP, and I'm sure you know that better than anyone. All of these meetings end up being where we leave the good sides and the bad sides. They're the struggles in meeting the ambitious goals we have on mitigation, and we continue to see a gap between science and our goals and national commitments that are made by different countries. We also have the difficulties in keeping to the commitment to 1.5 degrees and to the phasing out of fossil fuels. But there are also bright sides.
Mettere in luce alcuni punti positivi. La creazione.
One such good point is the creation of the Loss and Damage Fund, which I think is a huge achievement for the fight against climate change. It will support the most vulnerable. Another good point is the role that was played by the EU, by Frans Timmermans yourself, by the member states, building bridges, seeking solutions, forging bonds. Because we have to remember, multilateralism is something that the EU is very good at, and we know how to play our... Thank you.
Colleague Lopez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lopez. That was the last speaker on the Catch the Eye proceeding. Please give your final remarks. You have the floor.
Microphone,
Here we are.
please.
Thank you, Madam President. I will try and answer some of the questions that were put on the table in my...
Försöka besvara en del av frågorna som fördes fram.
Change our NDC. I think let's and I call upon all of you, let's finish as quickly as we can all the trilogues that are ongoing on Fit for 55. Once we finish the trilogues, we can establish where these trilogues will take us in terms of our emission reductions, and then we can actualize the NDC so that we can say we had put in our climate law a binding reduction of at least 55% by 2030 on the basis of all the results of our trilogues and the decisions we've taken. We can now announce an X amount that we will reach, and I think that would probably most certainly already now lead to a more ambitious NDC but I have to state very clearly, we do not change our climate law. Climate law remains as it is. We just put in the latest results when we have them of all the trilogues into our NDC, and that will probably certainly lead to a more ambitious NDC. So how do we limit the exploration of fossil fuels was another question. I think by speeding up the implementation, by reducing demand, which is something, sadly, we speak about not enough. We should be making a much, much bigger case for the reduction of energy consumption. Secondly, by speeding up our transition to renewables, not just in Europe, but especially helping developing countries choose renewables before they choose especially the most polluting fossil fuels. For that, they need the possibility to invest. We need to change the way the MDBs function. We need to share technology more. We need to create industrial ecosystems that will allow
ecosistemi industriali.
Obviously, it is such a better proposition to invest in renewables than to keep investing in fossil fuels. Having said all that, it is without any doubt that I have to say that especially natural gas will play a role in the transition towards climate neutrality. It plays that role in Europe, and we cannot deny others using that natural gas as a transitional energy carrier if we're doing that ourselves. That would be highly hypocritical. And in that dialogue, the introduction of green hydrogen plays a huge role in all of this, and this could also help us limit the exploration of fossil fuels. With a number of African countries, you see that this is working, but then we have to, get our homework done on all the other issues that I just mentioned. This leads to alliances with the Global South. I think the Global South really welcomed the EU's position on the loss and damage, fund, but now we have to prove that we mean business. That's what we have to do from now on in the weeks and months that follow. Especially, I would say, small island developing states and African countries. They were surprised and actually intrigued, and they want us to move forward with them, but we have to prove that we can actually do that. And I would say on the whole scope, not just on the fund, but also how we share technology, how we help them introduce renewables, etc., etc. I think that's very important for us to do. Now, will be traveling to Dubai early next year in the discuss the preparation of the next COP, and high on my list will be importance to make very clear to the incoming presidency and to the UN system, by the way, that space for civil society is going to be an essential element, a crucial element in how the COP should function. It's the uniqueness of the COP to a large extent is because of the participation of civil society, and this should never be lost. By the way, I will also then bring up the issue of the Blue COP with the Emirates and see what their plans are, and certainly would like to continue to work with them on that. Is China beneficiary of the loss and damage fund? Well, no, of course not. That's the whole idea behind the proposal the EU made. It's vulnerable, and the contribution should come from the richest country, the countries doing well, and also the major emitters. Now, even if you look at historic emissions, and I say this to those who talk about history, even if you look at historic emissions, China is right up there with major emitters, even if you just look at historic emissions, because of the enormous amounts of their emissions. So there is no way that China can keep hiding behind the status of developing a country, and this is something that is dawning also on the G77. This idea that there's, for all eternity, going to be G77 plus China is no longer a given anymore, and part of our diplomacy is also directed at creating alliances with the Global South, but also at suffering a lot from the climate crisis and is investing massively in renewables and in other areas. So who knows, they might surprise us, but we will have to continue this dialogue very intensively, also to make sure they peak out well before 2030, because otherwise attaining 1.5 is going to be almost impossible, if not impossible. Now, climate is not an ideology. Climate policy is based on science. I would argue the opposite. Neglecting the science has become an ideology, right up to the flat earthers. So, if you want to talk about ideology, then talk about that ideology. We are led by science, and the scientific evidence is overwhelming. And we would be amiss, we would neglect our duty as politicians in this time and age if we did not act upon science. What world would we then give to our children and grandchildren if we had just neglected science? I think that would be the ideology. Now, on the issue of the market, yes, there are many things you can say about the market and where it doesn't function, but you cannot decarbonize our economy without putting a price on carbon. And the one instrument that has worked extremely well and is being copied, by the way, by other parts of the world is the European emissions trading scheme, which has used market elements to put a price on carbon and created a market that is working better and better to decarbonize our economy and to give certainty to economic actors on the long term. So don't dismiss the market outright. I think then you're also in the domain of ideology. Now, also, I would like to take issue with those who said Europe didn't pay up. If you look at the adaptation fund, if you look at the 100 billion, Europe did pay up. We did do our part. We have not been able to convince others to do their part. There's still a lot of work to do there, but I don't think Europe should blame itself for not doing its part. With the $27 billion for that, I'm more than willing to defend doing more, but I think we should also step up our efforts to convince the Americans, to convince Chinese and others to take more of their responsibility, to convince also some of the Gulf states who are still saying they are developing countries to do more in that area. So let's continue to work on that. So all in all, Madam President, a lot of work to do. I share the partly disappointment of this House in terms of what we did, what we couldn't achieve on emissions. I do want to insist on the peaking out. I do want to insist on the end, the phasing out of fossil fuels, things we need to work on. But I do say that Europe has given the example by having a plan. I think in that way we can perhaps convince more and more other developed countries in the global north to do the same. We saw it with many countries in the global north who are following our example. Now, in the alliance, we could forge with the most vulnerable countries in the global south. We can also demonstrate that we mean business to make sure that those who are most vulnerable, who have no responsibility for where we are now, but are suffering in such a way that they cannot afford to address, should see help coming from us, support coming from us, and the understanding that we're in this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President Timmermans. This debate is now closed. Moving on the agenda, the next point is the report of Madam Carvajal, a long-term vision for the EU's rural areas. I would like to give the floor. Carvajal, are you there?
Vedetään vähän henkeä tässä väliin.
Let's wait a few seconds.
Olkaa hyvä.
You have the floor.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you, President, colleagues. I see our rural areas as being decisive in responding to the great challenges that we face in society today. And particularly in these difficult times, with the Russian war in Ukraine, and also as we continue to suffer the consequences of the pandemic, the future of rural areas, which extend over 80% of Europe's territory, is more relevant than ever when it comes to ensuring our food security in Europe and ensuring the success of the European Green Deal. But it's much more than that. We have an ethical and political imperative to ensure that men and women, children, young people, the elderly, well, all people who live in rural areas can have the same rights and roles as any other EU citizen in order to be able to make full use of their status as EU citizens. And it's only when we achieve this can we talk about true achievement of the European pillar. This is not the reality. I've already said at other times that the European Commission's communication on the long-term vision for rural areas is welcome, but it is truly regrettable that it was presented so late, at such an advanced stage of planning of the main instruments of the multi-annual financial framework, in particular those linked to cohesion policy and agriculture and rural development policy. And it's also a shame to see the lack of explicit, concrete targets to be achieved. We see the Rural Pact, a rural proofing mechanism, the Rural Observatory, an action plan. These are all positive initiatives, but now they need to be turned into action with clear, achievable action on this, because, ladies and gentlemen, rural areas can wait no longer. The Commission must attendre.
La Commission
properly addressed when designing legislation and must assess on an annual basis how it's being implemented, how the CAP strategic plans are being impacted, the cohesion policy programs and recovery and resilience plans, and at the same time, all of the EU's policies and funds, both those that are under shared management and those that are under direct management, should be called upon to contribute to the development of rural areas. The Commission
Kommissionen behöver anta åtgärder som både lagstiftar
measures to improve the effectiveness of its current policies. For example, it could work to remove obstacles that persist in our multi-funding approach and also help to develop more integrated approaches for rural areas and improve synergies and coordination between the different funding instruments at the EU level and also between EU funding and national funding. We also are calling for legislative measures to be taken quickly that would allow, for instance, for the extension of the main funding approach and also to simplify their implementation. There should also be the possibility of transferring financial resources between the different shared management funds. But this should only be possible when and only when it is with the aim of implementing specific rural strategies. And this is not something that's possible at the moment. At the same time, member states should also work to address the specific challenges of their rural areas through the implementation of the MFF programs. In particular, they should be able to make the necessary investments available for social inclusion, for job creation, for promoting competitiveness in the rural economy, and for stimulating a truly fair digital and ecological transition. They should also foster the
Trebuie să stimulăm și principiul
that continues to exist at this level and further strengthen local actors and get them to help build solutions that are adapted to their communities. It's time now also to start reflecting on the next programming period, where we need to create a context that will ensure prosperity for our rural communities. The long-term vision for rural areas must therefore evolve towards becoming a true rural strategy for the EU, including all of the different policies and political actors to ensure their implementation so that it can be fully integrated into traditional programming. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just conclude by saying now is the time for us to send a clear and consistent message to rural areas all across Europe, to tell them that we want to be an active part in defending their communities and in revitalizing their territories, and that we are genuinely committed to them, and that we're not just going to say this, but actually do it. Thank you.
Kiitokset esittelijälle.
Thank you, Madam Rapporteur. And on behalf of the Regi Committee, I'll give the floor to Mr. Hetman. You have the floor.
Dziękuję bardzo Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz. Szanowni Państwo, obszary wiejskie to aż 30% mieszkańców wspólnoty.
Thank you very much, President. Unfortunately, rural areas still experience a number of problems. Fundamental basic services, roads, digital exclusion, problems with access in education. And there's also another dangerous phenomenon, which is depopulation. We need to have a cohesive strategic vision within the European Union. We're talking about support for rural areas, and this is something that we've discussed for a number of years now. We have to think about what we can do to keep people in these areas. We need to think about what we can do to encourage people to go back to rural areas, to get new people into rural areas. Because each person returning to these areas provides a great deal of added value, and this would demonstrate that our policies can have a concrete effect. We need to be brave in our thoughts.
Paljon kiitokset, kollega.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hetman. Now, President Dubravka Suica, you have the floor, please.
Good evening to everybody. Thank you, President, honorable members of this House, dear ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the Honourable Member Isabel Carvalhai. Your work and that of co-rapporteurs and members of this House demonstrates the importance of the long-term vision and the added value of the Rural Pact. Your report welcomes the rural vision as a valuable opportunity for coordinated and reinforced actions on rural areas. The Commission is committed to ensuring that rural areas remain high on the European Union's political agenda. Both Commission and Parliament are aligned on the challenges and opportunities that rural areas face in the green and digital transitions. Without forgetting that there is another crucial transition underway, the demographic transition that perhaps is more gradual but no less significant. In the long run, the purpose of this vision is to make rural areas more prosperous, better connected, more dynamic, more attractive places for people to live and work in, while preserving their essential character. Food security is a key concern right now. Linked to this is the issue of food. First topic for deliberation in the new generation of European citizens panels inspired by the Conference on the Future of Europe. The climate and biodiversity crisis and our food security objectives all remind us how vital rural areas and farmers are to our food security. Essentially, they help guarantee an economically, ecologically, and socially sustainable production. I welcome your clear messages on the need to address the growing discontent among rural population. This is key to our economy, our society, and our democracy. We must continue the dialogue within the Rural Pact framework on how to improve the representation of the rural people at all levels of governance. I understand your concerns when it comes to ensuring the European and to one another in their bid to support
nel tentativo di sostenere le zone rurali.
Points on Article 174 of the Treaty of the Functioning of the European Union. We will thoroughly study the rapporteur's proposal on the synergies and multi-fund approach. There is a common understanding on the need for improvement. We will also carefully analyze your proposal for the future beyond 2027. Around 100 billion euros from the European Agriculture Fund for the rural development budget were made available to fund rural development programs in the 2014-2020 period. In cohesion policy, 33 billion. The Commission works to ensure positive policy operational programs and the common agriculture
di coesione e nelle piani strategici
for 2021-2027. By mid-2023, we will take stock on how they have been programmed for this new period. And in early 2024, we will issue a report on enhanced support to rural areas in the future based on the implementation of the European Union Rural Action Plan. Over the last year and a half, we have made significant These cover many aspects highlighted in your report. We will propose a set of indicators to follow up the plan and vision's implementation by mid-2023, when we will also take stock of what actions have been carried out and programmed, as I already mentioned. On rural proofing, we started to pilot our rural proofing mechanism with some promising results. I give you the example of the European Care Strategy and the new urban mobility framework. We are also on track to deliver the first products of the toolkit for European Union funds for rural areas. This tool will inspire local authorities and stakeholders to capacity building opportunities. We also welcome your support for the EU Rural Observatory, which went live on 8th of December. This is a major milestone. I want to mention the Rural Pact because the European Parliament is a key partner in this process. Indeed, our shared goals of the vision can only be achieved together. You call on the Commission to maintain a direct and structured dialogue, very objective of the Rural Pact, and it has the ambition to gather all actors playing a role for the rural areas. Since last year, 1,200 people have
1200 persone sono entrate nella comunità
have submitted commitments to act. To conclude, I look forward to the exchange this evening and to the plenary vote on the report that Member of Parliament
Ce se va întâmpla cu
and to continuing the fruitful collaboration with the honourable members of this House on making the rural vision a reality, leaving no one and nowhere behind. Thank you.
Kiitokset, varapuheenjohtaja.
Thank you, Vice President Suica. I don't see Madam Schneider representing the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality.
To znamená, že prejdeme...
First of all, on behalf of the EPP, Mr. Bogovic, you have the floor.
Spoštovana komisarka,
Madam Commissioner, Madam Rapporteur, I am very glad that we are discussing here a long-term vision for the development of rural areas. This is a vision that rounds off elements of the strategy that we included in the concept of smart villages. The point is to solve the problem of rural depopulation, the fact that young people are leaving rural areas, the demographic challenge, and also to provide for all the infrastructure necessary.
Necessaria, per esempio
At least, certainly during COVID times, have proven their worth in rural areas. This will give rural areas options to develop new jobs and to offer higher quality of life. Agriculture is the basic activity in rural areas. Here we need new measures. Agriculture has proven itself as very robust and resistant during COVID times. At the same time, there is tourism, energy, care for the elderly, e-health, and in this way we will be able to achieve what we want to achieve. And in order to provide this, we have to provide for finances from various sources at various levels, from local to the European level, and definitely there has to become a common policy in the future, because without a rural areas will be facing similar problems as it has in the past. It has to become clear public policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bogovic. On behalf of the S&D Group now, Madam Aguilera, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. I'd like to start by congratulating my colleague, Madam Kavralais, and all of the shadow rapporteurs for the excellent work that they've done.
Neanche un emendamento, questo dimostra quanto...
The fact that there are no amendments, there's been some excellent work. It was a very good effort from Isabel. Now we need commitments. We have the report, and now we commitment from the European Union to bridge the generational, gender and digital gaps that we see in the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, 83% of our total area.
30% della popolazione.
30% obyvatelstva EU.
Decades now, we have had policies to try to develop our rural areas, but we have not achieved the result we want. Despite these 30 years, we're still having to take new measures. We need to have a global focus and look at this policy at EU level. We've also have seen that there's been a drop in the most recent 2 decades of agricultural coverage. We have seen that in rural areas, people are not happy with politics. These policies are not taken seriously. The approach taken is too sectoral when it comes to agriculture. The rural world needs an integrated, cross-cutting view, not a sectoral view. And if we're not clear on that, then we won't be able to do what these areas need. Services and living conditions.
En la zona urbana o en la zona rurale.
Should have the same living conditions, whether they live in rural or urban areas. I would also like to thank the LEADER group that have done some excellent work over the last 30 years. Madam President, we all want to see an integrated policy that will really help rural populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Aguilera. And then next, on behalf of the Renew Europe Group, Mr. Jérémy de Serle. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Now, some matters have really shaken the Parliament this week, but apart from that, we see that rural areas account for more than 80% of our territory. Often these territories feel, rightly or wrongly, a little forgotten. I'm very proud to see that the Parliament, with this report, has decided to send them a message that is serious, comprehensive, and very well worked. Above all, I hope that the Commission will listen to us and will transform its approach from the June 2021 communication, that we will make progress on the Observatory on defining what we call functional rural areas, and also the whole principle of rural proofing for all European policies. We need to make our funds more effective. We need to give visibility to our countryside, to our rural areas, to make them more effective, to halt the demographic decline, both in terms of farming and beyond that. We do see some encouraging signs in some European regions, and we can multiply closely with stakeholders on the ground. Brussels will not be able to build the future of rural areas on its own. Rather, we must work together in a comprehensive and adapted way with these areas that play so many roles, starting with the fact that they produce almost all of our food. I hope that member states and regions will be able to continue to take action, to coordinate their work, and implement their respective agendas. This is a major balancing act that we will need to make here in Europe. My thanks once again to the rapporteur.
Musíme schváliť tento text
that we should approve this text in its entirety, including the paragraph on predators. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. de Serle. Next, on behalf of the group of the Greens / European Free Alliance, Mr. Weitz, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, indeed, we have to face reality. We have rural areas where families leave the rural areas. There's a lack of internet connectivity to work from home. There's a lack of kindergartens. There's a lack of schools. There's a lack of retailers. And we see less and less public offices or police stations. There's more and more farmers actually closing their businesses, hundreds every day, and it's mainly small and medium-sized farmers who are the ones that mainly produce ecological viable food, that are mainly the ones that drive a kind of agriculture that fits to biodiversity and climate. These farmers are leaving rural areas in big numbers, and they are the ones providing us with the daily food that we need. So clearly, we don't need just a vision or a plan or a long-term vision. We need concrete action to not treat citizens in the rural areas not as second-class citizens in our European Union. But a call to my conservative colleagues again. We stand together in this report and we stand together in these claims.
Împreună susținem acest raport, dar
Wolf paragraph or reduce the
την παράγραφο για τους λύκους.
Like last time, where we had the six-party agreement. You do the best to split the majority here in the parliament. And you know that the INI report will only be powerful if it's shared by a big majority here. So please withdraw that article so we can all stand together, because the wolf clearly is not responsible for the failures that many of your colleagues have been doing the last decades when it comes to rural areas. So let's fix that and let's have a big majority in favor of this wonderful report. Thanks to Madame Kavalaish.
Thank you, Mr. Weitz. Next speaker is Madame Melizzi on behalf of the ID Group. You have the floor.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President. Greetings, colleagues and Commissioner. I'd like to thank the rapporteur, Madame Carvalhais, reached compromises, although our proposals were not included. Rural areas represent an opportunity both for rediscover the value of the earth, as well as for people who want to reinvent themselves and find new work as a result of what we've seen over the last few years. people looking for jobs will allow us to create areas in the outermost regions of our countries, and this should be the main priority of our policies. Rural areas in the EU represent about 30% of the population and yet cover about 83% of the total surface area of the EU. Given the large surface area, we should make the most of them, and we have to They are guaranteed the same opportunities and services as urban areas, which are much more attractive in professional terms right now. To achieve this, we in order to make these areas more attractive, and of course we have to involve contributions from universities and local authorities which understand how these areas work. ID colleagues support all of the steps that have been taken to support rural populations in Italy and across the EU. But in particular, we have to understand that these populations, particularly farmers, are facing new challenges. For example, large carnivores. People who create businesses have to be able to protect their businesses. And we know that large carnivores have a huge impact on how profitable farming can be. We need to ensure balanced cohabitation between human beings and these predators in rural zones. Otherwise, we find the text quite balanced. Although, once again, you didn't listen to us.
Kiitos, kollega Litsi. Ja sitten ECR-ryhmän.
Thank you, Madam Litsi. On behalf of the ECR group, Mr. Kuzmiuk, you have the floor, please.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz.
Thank you, Vice President, Commissioner. I'd like to start by thanking the rapporteur and also the shadow rapporteurs for their work. I think we work together very well. We truly
înțeles care sunt interesele.
and that think these are reflected in the document, which is why no amendments have been tabled. And those should be adopted with a large majority. Now, from the ECR side, it was important for us. Food production is very important.
Je důležitým faktorem ve venkovských oblastech.
And we need to ensure that farmers can actually make a profit from the work that they do so they can support their families. Now, if this sort of work is not
La nostra relazione fa una buona
cities and seeking out new livelihoods. Now, it's been said in the past 10 years that some 3 million farms have been shut down. And this is then, of course, linked to the low intensity of the work. Looking at social and technological infrastructure in rural areas, well, I think this is something that should be funded through the Cohesion Fund, and this has not been the case in the past. The monies that are spent on the CAP, particularly out of the second pillar, were primarily used for infrastructure, modernize farms. And what we see in our report, and this of course is referring to what was
ha causato anche grossi problemi di sicurezza alimentare.
Is that we need to do some serious thinking about this. The Commissioner has done a lot to try and ensure security of food production and supply.
Dan wil ik er graag nog iets aan toevoegen.
Mai ales dacă ne gândim la perspectiva.
We had this 50% reduction in pesticides, which was also mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzmiuk. Now, on behalf of the left group, I give the floor to Madame Rodriguez Palop. You have the floor, please.
Señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. In Europe, we
Viviendo en zonas rurales, el 30% de nuestra población.
live in rural areas, 30.6% of the EU population. And thanks to them, we breathe, we eat, we all depend on them. Without them, we wouldn't have food sovereignty, we wouldn't have energy sovereignty, nor could we fight climate change. Without them, nothing. However, there is a gap, a territorial gap, and people living in rural areas are short of schools, infrastructure, there's a digital gap, there's a
Je nedostatečná mobilita, genderové rozdíly.
Problem. You know, what they produce.
Pagano più caro. Bisogna poi aggiungere le sfide.
For decades now, we've been looking at how to help this population, but we know that, unfortunately, this has been difficult. I come from Badajoz, from the south of Badajoz, from a small place where it was very difficult to maintain a hospital open. And there are other villages that are faced with problems, for instance, open cast mining or waste dumps. And, you know, they're called investments, but they are not. We therefore need to address this. These delusions of grandeur that are not good for the population. Ecocide, it is actually damaging these areas, and it is very unfair. You have to remember that these people are people who actually look after our landscapes and who produce food to put on our tables. Therefore, we need to value the work they do and pay for it. We also need to help them not just survive, but thrive. We depend on them, and today I think we have taken a step in that direction.
Thank you, Madam Rodriguez Palop. Next, on behalf of the non-attached members, I give the floor to Mr. Garuso. You have the floor.
Presidente, colleghi, le aree rurali.
Colleagues, rural areas are a vital part of the European way of life, and they are fundamental in the social, environmental and economic functioning of our cities. They represent 137 million people. Despite this, rural areas, particularly the most remote and least developed, and there are a lot of these in Sicily and Sardinia, are facing significant challenges, ones that are very difficult to overcome if they're not given sufficient support. Therefore, the European Green Deal needs to create new opportunities, particularly when it comes to a transition towards a low carbon emission economy. We have to properly value these areas that are so important in our safeguard our natural resources, landscapes, biodiversity and cultural heritage as well. Isolated as with symbolic value. We have to ensure that they are brought into line with urban
mestských oblastí. Je to naozaj.
Thank you. Those were the interventions on behalf of the political groups. Now, Mr. Dorfman, the Agri Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice President, Commissioner, colleagues. Rural areas are places where people live, and the people who live there have every right to a quality of life. It may be different from in cities, but it can't be worse than in cities. People in rural areas have a right to health care, safe streets, transport, fast internet, schools for their children, and more. People in rural areas also have a right, and probably also the obligation, to engage in private enterprise. And this is not just farms. We're talking about jobs, and without jobs, there will be no families in rural areas. So people in cities should not be always telling people in rural areas what they should and should not be doing. People in rural areas don't need to be told what to do by others. Now, it's good that in this report we are tackling the question of intensive farming. There's a misunderstanding about biodiversity around this, and in some cases they welcome the idea that wolves or bears would be hunted. And I think we need answers to all of these questions. Now, I think if the text can be adopted as prepared in the committee, then we will have an answer to that question. Rural areas and its people are open to opportunities. Hopefully we can help take a step towards creating and meeting those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorfman. Next, Mr. De Castro, you have the floor, please.
Presidente, Commissario,
President, Commissioner, colleagues, our rural areas are the gatekeepers of our traditions. They keep our culture and are one of the fundamental nuclei of European society. And that's why I'd like to thank Madam Kavralais for the excellent work that she's done, and to welcome the commitments taken by the Commission and the long-term view that they take of rural areas. However, we have to ensure that these commitments translate into practical acts, and so we need to change how we're acting in the EU to develop our rural areas, to provide more support for sustainable agriculture, sustainable in environmental, agricultural and economic terms. So we have to use all tools available to us, for example, geographical indications, which are so very important for protecting and developing our rural areas. At the same time, we oppose measures such as the Emissions Directive, which call into question high value farming and undermine vitality in the most remote and mountainous areas. Commissioner, we need to see better coordination between cohesion policy, common agricultural policy, Next Generation EU, and all of the other tools that are needed to transform our strategy for our rural areas into a success, and will ensure that we have more resilient, integrated and prosperous rural areas. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. De Castro. Good evening.
L'onorevole Pekkarinen per un minuto, prego.
Mr. Pekkarinen for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. In order to succeed, the EU rural areas need to offer jobs, services and a working infrastructure. This report mentions all of these matters, which is good. Modern rural areas need to be linked to digital services via broadband. The EU's Court of Auditors report from a couple of years ago shows that this condition is not met in all EU countries. This also applies to my own home country, Finland. There are regions where there are no broadband connections, where they're not functioning correctly. It's not possible to reach the objectives of the EU's common cohesion policy. The EU should demand that in order to receive cohesion funding, member states first take care of well-functioning broadband connections to the rural areas. Without them, the cohesion policy cannot reach its objective. We receive financing for improving rural areas from the second pillar of the CAP, transferring funds from provisions that relate to cohesion funding or others will not be cost efficient or reasonable. There's also a fear that money would flow to projects related to other sectors than developing the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. And now give the floor to Mr. Le Breton for 2 minutes, please.
The report before the House today states quite rightly that rural areas are in decline. This is worrying. They're abandoned by young generations and by public services. There is of our farms will disappear by 2040. It's a dramatic situation because it is something that threatens our food sovereignty. Solutions have been suggested, but unfortunately they are a manifestation of a misguided ideological position. We're talking about revenue for rural areas, renewables, for instance. I think it's actually for us to protect the wealth of our agricultural heritage before we start going off on other tangents, for instance, misguided energy policy. About a green pact, and we talk about farm to fork. I'm actually not in favour of this because it leads to agricultural decline and an impasse from an agricultural and environmental point of view. There's also, of course, demographic change. People leave.
Il est impératif de protéger d'abord les droits des agriculteurs.
We need to protect the rights of European farmers first and foremost. They are the victims of a Brussels commercial policy that is misguided. And Even more cynically, the EU is now talking about doubling imports of poultry or chicken from Chile, in addition to Mexico and Mercosur. Agriculture is no longer an adjustment variable for EU policies. It's actually become the martyr of that policy. We need to breathe new life into our rural areas, but it's not going to happen through an European institution that decides instead of the member states, nor is it going to come from farming itself. Let's not lose sight of the real issue here, namely that of trust in our farmers. There are challenges ahead, and we need to make sure that we trust them and give them a decent income.
Thank you. And now give the floor to Mr. Rosen for 2 minutes, please.
Mevrouw de voorzitter.
Vice President, Commissioner, colleagues. Today, we're talking about the importance of having a strong and resilient rural areas. We need to ensure a long-term perspective for farmers. This is urgently needed. This report points very clearly to a worrying development that we're seeing. That is this widening gap that we're observing between urban and rural areas. But I see another gap as well. Government policy that is sometimes miles off the target and the reality on the ground. We saw a clear expression of this in my own country, in the Netherlands, with the huge farmers' demonstrations that we saw and the inverted flags in the protests. The policy calls into question the future of thousands of farms, with all of the consequences that this brings with it, also for quality of life in rural areas. So how do we solve this? Well, looking ahead, I think the rapporteur's proposal is quite promising, this idea of subjecting any new rules to rural proofing. This can prevent new crisis situations that arise as a result of ill-considered policymaking. With respect to the nitrogen crisis in the Netherlands, I really see only one solution. That is, we need to revisit the wrong policy choices that we've made in the past and work together with farmers to look for new solutions. What we need is a long-term perspective and security for the farmers. Security that farms, which often are passed,
blijven bestaan. Zekerheid.
Entreprises aux exploitations qui se transmettent de génération.
Politica 3.
That we need to ensure our future. Chair, one thing is clear. As long as we have farmers, we will have food, and we will have life in rural areas. And that's something that we need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Grazie, ora facoltà di intervenire per...
Thank you. Now for 1 minute, I give the floor to Mr. Martins-Kongam.
Präsidentin, Frau
Vice President, Commissioner, colleagues, stronger, connected, resilient, prosperous. These are the buzzwords that the Commission used in the website that it published on Friday and the page on rural areas and development in rural regions. I'm very pleased to see these developments have been recognized by the Commission. To me, the question is, what role will rural areas have to play in society so that we don't have a classed society? Rural areas need support. They need to be able to keep up with developments in the face of climate change and social and economic challenges. The most important issues must be tackled. I'm thinking transport, mobility, education, training, healthcare, broadband, internet, coexistence, commitment.
E di conseguenza io ringrazio la collega.
I'd like to thank Ms. Cavaillage for the excellent report, for taking up all of these points. We think that this is a very important component for protecting rural areas, ensuring that there can be business in rural areas, because this will lead to supporting quality of life in rural areas. Thank you.
Ha facoltà ora di intervenire per 1 minuto.
Thank you. Now for 1.5 minutes, I give the floor to Madam Avram.
Această dezbatere nu este despre sate izolate, probleme ale fermierilor și o viziune romantică privind viața la țară. Această dezbatere este...
Thank you. This report talks about the fact that approximately 30% of the European population
De exemplu, în țara mea, 45%.
our surface area. This is a matter of urgency. In my country, approximately 45% of the population lives in a rural area. But in Romania, as elsewhere, we know that the situation is dramatic. Programs, financing, they look fine on paper, but nothing much is happening on the ground. We have some recent statistics. More than half of the European population in a rural area feels abandoned, ignored by the authorities, hence a rural exodus. And people who live in the rural areas only see two solutions. Either they move out of rural areas or they face a bleak future. We have geopolitical upheaval in Europe. We know that, and therefore we can't afford to simply forget about approximately a third of the
ci garantiscono il cibo e mantengono le tradizioni.
feed us. These are the people who preserve our tradition, our environment. The report by my colleague, Mrs. Carvalhais, who I would like to commend, of course, is full of good proposals. Additional funds, road infrastructure, schools, internet connection, facilities for the elderly, cutting down on red tape, more participation in policies, money in order to attract the youth to rural areas. All of this would be very useful going forward and should be part of our MFF. Thank you.
Ora facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you. Now, Madame Toléré for 1 minute. Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues. I'd like to start
Pani Carvalhais a všetkým tieňom.
And all of the shadows for this excellent report.
Da, eu cred că putem avea și o zonă rurală a fericirii, deoarece de la sat.
Find solutions for the Green Deal, thanks to the digital transition, amongst other reasons, as well.
Tudi po zaslugi te dolgoročne vizije.
For EU rural areas, which will allow us to create a roadmap for a more resilient, better, well-connected Europe. The rural areas are also in where programs such as LEADER have been developed. That's where we see Europe is close to its citizens and to committed citizens. We have to involve all of the social stakeholders. New partnerships can be created. We have a method that encourages participation and that will engage the local. The brilliant results of LEADER were at the
Son muy importantes. Hay que
to strengthen this program and to ensure that rural areas get an adequate percentage of EU funding, given that they occupy 83% of the total service area, and also that we will ensure that the rural
musia zachować widiek
in a cross-cutting manner in all European and national policies. Thank you. Thank you, Madame Toléré. Now for a minute and a half, Madame Androuille.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. For decades now, the EU is trying to promote globalization, free trade. We have many new free trade agreements, but this has been bad for agriculture, bad for industry. The rural areas have been abandoned, and there is now stagnation, and this is a direct consequence of the policies adopted. French produce, European produce is not competitive.
Maaseudut on hylätty, siirretty kaupunkeihin.
All of this is to the benefit of our big conurbations, but at the same time we are witnessing a rural exodus, public services not being provided, and areas that are completely abandoned. And this is very much due to the policies pursued by the EU. Now, what are we suggesting to remedy that? Rural proofing, a rural pact, an observatory. But what are these terms? The people who live in rural areas are not laboratory rats who should be experimented upon. We have the AFRD and we have other instruments, but I assume they're not really working since the Commission is now proposing other measures. Mr. Macron has talked about how he wishes to address this issue. Here we speak about inclusive intergenerational communities, and we talk about a renewal that would help us bring people into rural areas. But this is an illusion. I think we need to call into question ultraliberalism and globalization. Instead, we should look at the possibility of relocating our activities in rural areas.
Per un minuto, l'onorevole.
Thank Thank you. Now for a minute, Mr. Ilchet.
Poštovane dame,
Ladies and gentlemen, I support this report because I believe that it goes in the right direction. Namely, in the European Union, for each farmer younger than 40, there are 3 farmers over 65 years of age. So villages are dying out. Between 2003 and 2016, the number of farms decreased by 32%. However, when a village is integrated in transportation networks, when it has the necessary infrastructure, and when people can earn their living from agriculture and other activities, then life in a village is really good. And housing is significantly cheaper. And cheaper housing is very important for families and for demographic considerations.
odlučni i učinkoviti u
and more efficient in adopting policies that are geared towards strengthening rural development and local agriculture production, rather than adopt those policies that encourage low-quality imports of dubious origin and fill pockets of middlemen and big corporations. Without thriving villages, there can be no successful cities, no healthy locally grown food, and no...
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Buda for 1 minute. Go ahead, please. Madam President, I would like to congratulate the rapporteur for the work that she's done. Colleagues, we are all aware of how important rural areas are, whether we're talking about food security, fighting climate change, and so on. But European policies have not allowed these regions to develop. Only 11% of European farms are run by people under the age of 40. We need to improve high-speed education. Madam Commissioner, we have to be aware of the fact that it's only when we bridge the gap between rural and urban areas that really talk about proper development for rural areas. We also have to streamline bureaucracy in order to ensure that people in these areas can have access to European funding. The war in Ukraine has shown that we need our rural areas to have food at an affordable price, and so European Commission policies need to take account of the new geopolitical reality. Thank you. I now give the floor to Mr. Rossempere for 2 minutes, please.
Grazie, Presidenta.
Thank you, Vice President. Now, what is the value of a crop? Rural areas make up more than 80% of the EU's territory, but they only have about 1/3 of its population. Villages with different traditions, different ways of life, and they're at risk of disappearing as a result of depopulation. The European institutions need to ensure their survival. The EU's cohesion policy must work to ensure development in these regions. New mobility plans need to bring an end to the isolation of these villages. Sometimes this is caused by a lack of infrastructure, and we need to ensure true connectivity that will allow for teleworking and also work to implement the Rural Pact. But we can also use the potential of a cohesion policy in order to keep people in rural areas, to offer incentives to individuals who want to go and live in rural areas, to promote sustainable tourism, to encourage people to learn about these ways of life, to highlight this sustainable way of living, which is in harmony with our planet. We cannot allow these age-old traditions lost as a result of inaction at the institutional level. We must take action, and this must be done at all levels. The European Union should lead the charge here, because the value of a culture cannot be calculated. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you. Now for 1 minute, Mr. Hojsik.
Ďakujem, pani predsedajúca.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Well, scaring people comes from the realm of fairy tales. For example, the one of Little Red Riding Hood. These things simply do not belong to the 21st century, as it were. Unfortunately, many species have become close to extinction. For example, species such as bear, wolf, lynx, buffalo, beaver, and many others. So this approach on our part, the approach of a conqueror, has meant that the situation has deteriorated considerably. We have great advances in technology, such as high-speed internet, but in the third millennium, we don't need to kill these wonderful beasts that are in our forest. We have to learn how to coexist with other people and with other species, for example, wolves and bears, so that our children would not know the nature only from fairy tales. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, thank you, President. Colleagues, it's fundamental for the EU and its member states to ensure that they involve local authorities to develop rural areas and put this at the heart of their policy. We're seeing crises, lack of infrastructure. These are just some of the problems that these areas are facing. However, at the same time, these territories have huge potential for the whole of the EU. If you look at the energy crisis now, or food insecurity, but also if we look at strategic sectors and economic development. The 2021 report of the Commission sets out a number of important initiatives. However, there isn't always follow-up to these. We need to properly implement existing policies and also ensure that we do this with an integrated approach, that we involve cohesion policy and that is integrated with rural development funds, and that we have ambitious projects under PAC.
Des Wiederaufbauplans.
Plans.
Vi har ju nu den gröna given också.
Need to have a realistic rather than ideological approach to look at both environmental and economic sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Neshi. Now for 1 minute, Madame Sander.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. Rural areas are the beating heart of our European continent. In my region, we're talking about 40% of the population, and yet these territories face challenges, face difficulties which are large-scale: access to services, infrastructure development, generational renewal, access to education, amongst other things. And still, today, inflation, energy poverty or vulnerability, the cost of fuel, and the risk of electrical shortages is something that really impacts on our rural areas more than anything else. And yet they are the ones who could provide a response, an answer to the problems that we face: food scarcity, energy autonomy, and of course environmental issues. They provide wealth and joy and jobs, and therefore agricultural areas and forestry areas should be highly valued. I would like to welcome the measures that are proposed for these areas, assessing these policies, these new policies, trying to assess their impact on rural areas, rural-proofing them,
Soit lésés par des politiques mises en place.
Sure that the rural areas are not at a disadvantage because of policies that are implemented in a negative fashion. This really is a crucial issue for Europe.
Thank you. Now for 1 minute, Mr. Cholos.
Zonele rurale și-au dovedit reziliența.
The rural areas have shown their resilience. They did this during the COVID pandemic, and they're also doing it now, following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. They've shown us that they can ensure this food supply through short supply chains. However, our rural areas continue to face structural challenges. We need investment in basic infrastructure and in public services, particularly in education and healthcare. There's a problem with continuity, cohesion, and development, but it's not so much an east-west gap as it used to be the case, but between rural and urban areas within the same region. That's why we need investment. To bring young people
mít program přilákání mladých lidí
activity out and to ensure economic and social development in general. We need to invest in rural areas. They are a part of the EU's identity. They are the holders of our traditions, and they can also be a source of modernization of the European society. That is, if we invest enough in them and we get young people involved.
Thank you. Now, Madam Mazurek, for 1 minute.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowni Państwo.
Thank you very much, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted. Finally, in this European Parliament, we're talking about the long-term resilience.
Strategią zrównoważonego rozwoju wsi, rolnictwa i
I think that this is very much in line with the strategy on balanced development for our rural areas, also, of course, to be seen in conjunction with fisheries. In my country, these are important matters. Agriculture is a key sector for us all. It's thanks to agriculture that we have food security. The pandemic, of course, and conflict have created real problems for us, unprecedented ones. We knew, for instance, that crossings across the Black Sea would be blocked as a consequence of events. These were problems that we faced, and we need, therefore, institutional measures in order to make sure that we are able to
zwłaszcza w obszarze edukacji i dostępu do usług
in our rural areas. I'm referring here to education. I'm referring also to access to public services. These are key if rural areas are to meet their full potential, and that is what we need to work towards.
Now, thank you, Madam Schmidt-Bauer.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, we need a strong vision for the future for the rural areas of Europe. They are a key that will help us solve a number of challenges, and it's also a way of working towards a more sustainable European economy. Also, of course, they are the backbone of our societies. Very often we forget that. This is an issue close to my heart. People in these regions need to be participating more in EU policies. Europe cannot be built without these regions. The future cannot be built without these rural areas. So this long-term vision for rural areas is a basis for the longer term, and we're looking towards the future generations. We want to make sure that future generations are happy in rural areas, that they can live there and thrive. These people are the guardians of our rural areas, of our forests.
In Europa auf ihrem Grund und Boden
factor for a greener Europe of the future. Europe needs with attractive education opportunities, development opportunities. The European Commission should really make sure that it doesn't embark on contradictory legislative initiatives, but instead focuses on social and ecological strengthening. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, for 1 minute, Madam Alieva-Vili.
Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. Europe definitely needs this vision. Look at these two photos from Bulgaria. And this is the result of long-term investment for all to see. In one case, yes, there were investments, in the other, none. And I'm proud to say that both these places are led by... And rural areas face a lot of problems and challenges. They must become attractive.
Oamenii de la țară se confruntă cu multe
be better connected, succeed in the digital transition. And for the future, they need adequate European funding for infrastructure, for broadband internet, for quality administrative, educational and health services. And undoubtedly, their viability largely depends on agriculture. Unfortunately, however, farmers in some member states, including Bulgaria, still receive lower direct payments. Therefore, while welcoming the vision for rural development by 2040, I do hope the injustice will...
Epäoikeudenmukaisuus eliminoidaan tuon vuoteen mennessä.
Veli che è contrario al regolamento del Parlamento.
Madam Alieva-Veli, it's not allowed under the rules to show any kind of object in plenary, so please refrain from doing that next time. Now, Mr. Jurzyka.
Thank you very much for the floor, Madam President, colleagues. I was not pleased with the report on a vision for the Union's rural areas up to 2040, nor does it suggest appropriate solutions, nor does it correctly identify the reasons why rural areas are lagging behind. Trying to place young people in unproductive jobs in the countryside cannot be part of the strategy. Why should we sacrifice them? The OECD study gives us clear recommendations. It's not enough to redistribute money to poor regions. Structural changes are needed. Ineffective grants hinder innovation and productivity growth. Productivity gaps are the main reason for underdevelopment. We should give regions autonomy in local taxation and promote fiscal decentralization. These solutions are lacking in the report. I believe that without them, we cannot achieve progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now for 1 minute, Mr. Markey.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, for too long, this talent moving away for education and employment opportunities. For the first time, we've a chance to turn this around. We can embrace the new generation of
trenden och nu kan vi ta fasta på de nya möjligheter som finns.
skilled people back into rural areas and let them rear a family and breathe life into rural communities. Or tourism that can bring revenue, much needed revenue into rural areas. But most importantly, renewable energies can bring industry and employment and rebalance the economic driver back into rural areas. But we must ensure that the revenue from these new opportunities remain in rural economies and drive the rural economies and is not exported out to other areas. We need to create the right environment. We need broadband. We need to reinvigorate our town centres to make them vibrant places for people to live. And we need to create the educational opportunity for people in rural areas, the very same as they are available in urban areas. We also have to acknowledge that agriculture has always been and remains to be a cornerstone of rural communities. It's the biggest multiplier in the rural economy.
Tradizionali e ha proprio il base tal-ħajja.
And it's central to protecting our biodiversity and building a sustainable environment into the future. Thank you.
Grazie. Passiamo ora al Catch the Eye.
Thank you. We now move on to Catch the Eye. There are a number of colleagues who have asked for the floor. We'll start with Mr. Polchak. I can't see you though. Go ahead, please.
Děkuji paní předsedkyně za udělení slova.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Madam President. We certainly must not forget rural areas. For a long time in the European Parliament we talk about regions, about cities, and the rural areas are kind of a Cinderella. It's not that we don't pay attention to it, but the cohesion policy has not brought results to the rural areas, which is a pity, because the cohesion policy is supposed to reduce differences between people, and it should keep rural areas alive for farmers, for getting a job, and for young people. Now it looks like cities are a magnet, attracting people inside them. They attract jobs, they attract people, technologies and services. So we have to focus on availability of infrastructure and services in rural areas. That's one. Then weakening the cohesion financial envelope for the regions must stop. We have to focus on supporting rural areas by keeping the financial allocation attributed to it.
Thank you. Now, Madam Garcia Munoz, go ahead, please.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Vice President. My congratulations to the rapporteur for the work she's put into this. This long-term vision for rural areas was long awaited and much needed. It is an opportunity to put rural areas at the center of the European agenda. The pandemic and other crises have shown the potential that rural areas have in offering a new, more sustainable model with renewable energy production, using circular economy and innovation, and playing an active role in environmental and digital transitions that the EU wants to have. But in order to make the most of this potential, we need to tackle the challenges that these regions face in order to retain and attract talent to these areas. Thinking infrastructure, quality of life, quality services, and of course, job opportunities. These are opportunities that go beyond farming, new forms of work, new technologies, which should involve women and young people and stop depopulation. So for this, we need to have a rural pact with everyone standing behind it. We need to have mechanisms such as the rural proofing in order to evaluate the EU policy effects on rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Keller.
I welcome the report. At the outset, I think we have to look at rural Ireland rural Europe from a very different perspective. For far too long, we've been looking at it as a theme park for people to visit and to look at from time to time. They are real communities with real people. And we now have to accept that we have to do an awful lot more to ensure that the vibrancy of these communities is maintained into the future. Obviously, agriculture is a critical cornerstone in ensuring rural development and rural communities are sustained. But we have to look beyond that. We have to embrace the digital technologies that are out there now. We have to put in place the infrastructure to ensure that there are quality jobs in rural communities across Europe. One issue that never ceases to amaze me is that we consistently talk about ensuring that young people stay in rural Ireland or in rural Europe, but at the same time, they simply can't provide housing.
Nie dajemy im mieszkań w obszarach.
They can't build sustainable environments of rural communities across Europe to ensure that we have young people, quality jobs, but at the same time that they can actually build a home in those communities and reside there into the future. Otherwise, we will continue to lose young people to our cities and rural communities will continue to degrade.
Thank you. Now, our colleague Wiecik.
Ďakujem krásne. Žiaľ,
Thank you very much. Again, we have the development plans for the rural areas. Yet again, the wolf is not mentioned in a very nice way. The respective document concerning the protection of wolves has contradicted the Swiss attitude. So if we are to be consistent, let's be in agreement with the position of our countries, demonizing the species of wolf. And, this is not going to help our rural areas. Nature is not an enemy. Of course, we have to maintain the wealth of animal species that we have in Europe, because this is also important for the development of rural regions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Madam Pereira.
Thank you, Vice President. We think that this report is an accurate snapshot of the reality in rural areas in our member states. It's a strong focus on agriculture as a key activity for rural areas, and we agree with many of the concerns that are expressed there. We defend the importance of supporting small and medium-sized farmers, promoting activities in rural areas, also areas of the common agricultural policy, and different activities that should be done to ensure fair distribution of assistance and ensuring and protecting agribusiness. We need to education, child care, the care of the elderly, care of the disabled through infrastructure that meets the needs of the territories and offers responses that are high quality and close to the people. It's not in applying the same policies as always that we would.
Wie gesagt, bringt das nichts.
That we can have stronger rural areas that are more prosperous, not the benefit of few, but the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wallace.
The Commission's long-term vision for rural areas is welcome. Along with the cohesion policy, CAP will be the main driver of the vision. But the vision contains a central weakness. There is no binding requirement for Member States to integrate the objectives of the vision into their CAP strategic plans. Now, CAP, of course, is fundamentally flawed in the first place. It's a very unequal distribution system, and it's biased in favour of big agri and intensive farms and feedlots at the expense of small farms and family farms. Europe has lost a third of its family farms between 2003 and 2013. It's a frightening statistic. To help rural areas, we must stop industrial farm expansion by rebalancing the value chain for the benefit of farmers and by banning below-cost selling of food. Building a new vision for rural areas should start with a radical change in agricultural and trade policy, and that should start with the abandoning of the Mercosur Agreement.
Grazie. E ora facoltà di...
Thank you. Now, on behalf of the Commission, I give the floor to Vice President Suica.
Many thanks, dear members, for this enriching discussion. I will use this opportunity of the closing remarks to refer to some of the key points you mentioned and I heard from your exchange. First, in relation to the budget, one of the EU financing instruments helping the development of rural areas with agriculture perspective is the European Agriculture Fund for Rural Development. I see your proposals for earmarking part of the other dedicated instrument, the European Regional Development.
Európskeho regionálneho rozvojového fondu pre...
Analyze it attentively, including from coordination, synergy and complementarity point of view. This also brings me to the toolkit on access to EU funds. Our ambition is that this tool will also capitalize on the experience and good examples of rural peers and reproduce successful stories. We also share the emphasis you put on seizing the opportunity of a rural proofing mechanism to use policies, as well as your call to implement rural proofing at national, regional and at local levels as well. For the European Union Rural Observatory, which went live, as I already said, on the 8th of December, it is a major milestone to improve the visualization and accessibility of the data we already have and improve collection of more detailed territorial data and analysis that are still missing on the needs and challenges of rural areas. I use the opportunity to let you know that the last week the new Rural Vision website went live. It provides with informative pages grouping in one place all Rural Vision related actions and also includes the Rural Observatory. I want to thank you once again for your support of the creation of the Rural Pact, because our shared goals of the vision can only be achieved if we work together. So our ambition is to gather all the actors playing a role for rural areas.
Mums ir jāiesaista visi spēlē.
With its strategic objectives, including the demographic ones, together with the Rural Pact process and EU operational funding support, is on the right track to deliver on its goals. Next year, we will assess our progress and reflect on ways forward. Since many of you mentioned predation and carnivores, I want to tell you, while predation by large carnivores may not be considered as a key driver of abandonment of livestock farming in European mountain areas, or cannot be blamed for the demographic challenges of rural areas, it is a particular challenge for livestock grazing in...
Ma è un problema per l'allevamento.
Believe me, I repeated several times in this House that we established new portfolio on demography. New portfolio on demography is not established by coincidence. We are aware of demographic change, and we are aware of territorial disparities, and we are aware of geographically 80% of European territory which is covered by rural areas, and we know that there is only 1/3 of European population who live there. And we know that this is a huge potential, and this is the reason why we adopted and we offered this long-term vision for rural areas.
Stoga smo upravo usvojili i ponudili ovu našu...
To make these areas attractive, prosperous, and also efficient again, and we want them to attract newcomers also Also, this is our goal, and this is the reason why we are talking about this under the portfolio of demography. So we want to make these areas vibrant again. We understand what you are saying on services, on infrastructure, but of course, we are not talking only about farming. We are talking about beyond farming, beyond agriculture, because we know that digital and green priorities, which are priorities of this Commission, should also be implemented in rural areas, and this should be a very important issue in order to have new jobs, which is not only farming, but of course we know that farming is very important since we know that we have problems with food nowadays. So I praise very much the work of rapporteur and the co-rapporteurs on this resolution. I strongly support your calls on the Council to express its opinion about the future of rural areas in formal Council conclusions. In that regard, we are already in contact with Spanish authorities, with Spanish presidency of the Council for the second half of next year. And your call definitely gives a further impetus for some generally strong conclusions. Only one more comment from my side. Yes, we want to do this rural pact and all this together, but a lot depends on local, regional and national authorities. Funding is here, but they have to use it in the best possible way and use it consistently. Thank you very much once again, and I'm looking forward to making together this long-term vision a reality. Thank you very much.
Viziune să devină realitate.
The chair has no microphone.
Obrigada, Sra. Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, it's been a while since I last saw you. I didn't see you while I was speaking, but it's very pleasing. It was very nice to hear what you had to say. I'd just like to say very briefly, just some words of thanks to everyone. So my sincere thanks to all of the shadow rapporteurs who contributed to this report. Let me just say, we worked very hard. We worked very intensely together. And the idea was to achieve a text that we hope reflects all of our different views on the rural areas and the different points that reflects. Now you heard all of the different, or you see the people in the room. You would see that rural areas is not a passionate topic for many, but there are so few opportunities that we have to talk about rural areas. And so I would ask you all to remember, this report is about and for these millions of citizens who live, the 30.6% of our citizens who live in rural areas. This report is about them and for them. It's about their problems. It's not against carnivores or wolves. Let this be clear. I would ask you to read paragraph 37 of this report and really see and compare what was done in the resolution on carnivores at the last plenary to see quite clearly the negotiations that were undertaken on this. We can't say nothing about this. It is something that does have a huge impact on our people. They are the ones who are sharing their concerns with us, and we need to listen to them. So it's not just a matter of opening up the Habitat Directive to address the question of wolves. That's not what it's about. We talk about relocating or displacement of these populations, which had been virtually decimated, but there are other options out there which wouldn't involve killing these beings. But this is not about wolves, it's not about bears, it's about the people. I think we need to have the courage, the political decency to give this the importance that these 30.6% of our population deserve. And so my thanks to the Commissioner for her words. Thank you for the commitment that you've shown on the part of the Commission in meeting the demands of these people to ensure a promising and resilient, to really go from words to action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all colleagues who participated in the debate. The debate is closed, and the vote will take place tomorrow. Next on the agenda, we have a Commission statement on addressing persistent challenges in the aviation sector and the impacts on passengers, workers, capacity and safety. We'll start with Commissioner Vălean. Go ahead, please, you have the floor.
So, Madam President, honorable members, thank you for putting this debate on the agenda. Aviation has faced unprecedented.
L'aviazione ha dovuto affrontare difficoltà.
COVID was a huge blow. Not only did traffic drop to zero, but we saw how difficult it is to scale back after 2 years of travel restrictions. The financial consequences of the COVID crisis will weigh on the sector for a long time. Add to this the war in Ukraine and the sanctions on Russia, which continue to complicate airspace use while also driving up energy prices. We have also witnessed the impact of increasing extreme weather events, challenging flight paths and conditions, as well as reminding us of the importance of decarbonizing aviation. And there is a diversification of air traffic, with more unmanned aircraft systems due to enter our airspace in the next years. Disruption is the new normal, so we need to work on building up the resilience and adaptation of aviation so that Europeans
Novi neznani.
As passengers and as workers. With the Fit for 55 package, we have already made enormous steps to decarbonize aviation, so it's good to also focus during tonight's debate on different challenges of the sector, namely the ones for passengers, workers, capacity and safety. Let me start with passengers. Our regulation on air passengers' rights provides already today the highest level of protection to air passengers at global level. During the
Durante a pandemia e durante
that it was the duty of airlines to respect those rights. We worked with national consumer authorities to ensure the proper enforcement of EU consumer protection laws. The passengers must come first, otherwise there will be no market. Although we have a relatively robust system in place, there are some issues could be better addressed. In particular, a large part of European citizens are still unaware of their rights as air passengers. Even when they are entitled to financial compensation, many of them give up in front of administrative difficulties during the complicated handling process. Already in 2013, the Commission tabled amendments to the Air Passenger Rights Regulation with a view to clarify and simplify the existing rules, provide passengers with more effective complaint handling procedures, and strengthen enforcement. I would like to see this proposal being discussed again in Council, as we believe it is still fit for purpose. The Commission also intends to make new proposals next year. My services are currently assessing the possibility of new protections in the event of insolvency of carriers or liquidity crisis. We are also investigating the possibility of new rights for passengers traveling multimodal. Aviation is an ecosystem. It cannot work unless all parts of the system are functioning properly. Airlines, airports, air traffic controllers, ground handlers, and other workers and service providers. All parts are reliant on each other, and naturally all parts are reliant on the people that they employ.
Tutte le parti dipendono dalle persone che lavorano.
Sustainable employment in the aviation sector must be a priority. During the pandemic, we worked with Commissioner Schmidt to help workers keep stable working environments and income, whilst also helping businesses stay afloat and able to retain staff. We have also launched a range of short and long-term initiatives aimed at promoting
Per promuovere e sostenere
the aviation sector, as well as bringing in more women to the sector. Namely, we have set up working groups to provide recommendations and best practices on key employment issues, such as self-employment, the enforcement of applicable labor law, oversight, the role of intermediaries, and pay-to-fly schemes. The Commission is also fully committed to ensuring that the legal framework in aviation is fit for purpose in this post-pandemic era. We have been conducting a thorough review of the regulatory framework to determine which improvements are needed, as announced in our Smart and Sustainable Mobility Strategy.
Strategia noastră de mobilitate inteligentă.
As operational base or nature of employment could be helpful, we are looking into this. This is, however, a larger issue than the scope of the air service regulation. Finding the right solutions needs joint efforts on the member state side as well, because enforcement of high social standards is primarily the role of competent national authorities. And then, of course, it is first and foremost for the employers themselves to ensure that working conditions are sufficient to attract and retain staff. Social dialogue should give the opportunity to agree on acceptable conditions, and of course we support this. In fact, we organized many stakeholder coordination meetings over the summer. In those meetings, a key issue we discussed was also capacity. Flight numbers in 2022 are near pre-COVID levels, around 85% of 2019 traffic levels in most parts of the European network, and above 2019 levels in some.
A v některých částech sítě je to nad úrovní.
And this is in a much more constrained airspace due to the impact of the Russian war on Ukraine. Capacity constraints and air traffic
de la guerre en Ukraine,
not bode well for next summer, and we risk returning to a major capacity crisis in the European skies, as already experienced before the COVID. So there is no time to spare, and the single European sky reform currently in negotiation between the Parliament and the Council is absolutely necessary to drive efficiency and address unnecessary emissions from congestion problems. I'm counting on you to help find solutions to take this reform forward. Finally, let me stress that in everything our number one consideration. The European aviation safety system is recognized globally as being one of the safest. But here, too, there are new challenges. An important effect of the COVID crisis was that much of the regular income for aviation safety oversight, which stems from industry fees and charges, was lost.
Dalle tariffe è andato perso.
Part of our work under the Single European Sky pillar is to help authorities prioritize those resources adequately by setting performance targets, including on safety. And of course, we rely on EASA as our trusted partner and ensuring its oversight and implementation. This is all the more important given new challenges such as the integration of drones into our traditional aviation system or safety and security threats that are heightened in the current geopolitical context. We are constantly monitoring the situation and responding to these issues in full cooperation with you and national oversight authorities and with industry. So, thank you very much for listening to me, and it's my turn to listen to you. I will do it with pleasure. Thank you.
Grazie, facoltà ora di intervenire per un minuto.
Thank you very much. Mr. Adamowicz, 1.5 minutes, please.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz.
Madam President, Madam Commissioner, neither the adoption of legislation or even their implementation means it's going to be applied effectively. I think that in the European Union we do have legislation which looks really good, particularly when it comes to passenger protection. But is this something that citizens appreciate? No. In practical terms, the application of their rights, particularly when it comes to compensation, are very difficult to obtain in practice. European legislation means you can get reimbursement of expenses, you can have an alternative journey paid for, and you'll be looked after in certain circumstances, and as I said, compensation. But European provisions when it comes to protection of passengers' rights and airline companies only exist, or will only exist, if passengers are fully aware of the rights which they technically enjoy. It's vital, therefore, that these rules are respected by all airlines. These provisions need to be implemented properly. That's why the revision of the text should, first and foremost, strengthen passenger and consumer rights and not have restriction of these rights, which is what is actually being proposed here.
Onorevole Tax, prego.
Ms. Tax, 2 minutes.
Dank u wel, voorzitter, geachte commissaris Vălean.
Thank you, President. Comissária, cada vez mais frequente, more and more flights cancelled in Europe, and this is a result of a shortage of crew. Passengers on the ground are suffering, but there are some aviation companies which have also faced an excessive burden when it comes to the rules in place, and the unions have raised these issues, and it seems that the crew and pilots are running into more difficulties. EASA, the European Air Safety Agency, has also confirmed this situation.
È difficile però capire esattamente.
It is difficult to understand how these complaints are handled and to analyse the situation. When the Commission is questioned by the press, the Commission says it is not aware of these.
Deci, dosarele și
However, there are serious concerns about air safety. This is why it is important that we should have full information about these issues. I haven't heard anything from the Commission, and once again I would like to raise the issue. EASA reports directly to the Commission when it comes to complaints from pilots and complaints by crew, and it would be helpful if you could confirm the existence of those complaints and what follow-up was given.
Mr. Botha Diaz, 1.5 minutes, please.
Grazie, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, the pandemic, luckily, is now more a thing of the past than the present, but it's not the case for the airline sector, which is still suffering the repercussions of COVID-19. The financial situation of many companies is extremely delicate, and some have actually asked the European Commission to be able to have more access to international capital. This is crucially important for the industry so that they can recover from the crisis and repay the debt that they've accumulated over this time and carry out the necessary investment to decarbonise the sector, and also to continue to maintain Europe as a connected area. But Europe is still the only bloc which has restrictions for capital and is still actually applying legislation originally put together in the 1940s when the situation was extremely different. These don't have any positive impact for consumers or the companies or their workers or indeed the economy. That's why a recent economic report says that better access to international capital could protect 15,000 jobs during a time of crisis and have a positive impact on the EU economy to the tune of €3 billion. So there's no reason not to revise this legislation, Commissioner, and not to do it right away, particularly because, in this case, we need the past to stop being so present. Thank you, says the President. Now, Mr. Cuff, for 1 minute, please.
Vice President, Commissioner Vălean, the aviation sector has already recovered from the impact of COVID-19, but two challenges remain: environmental and social. The ongoing race to the bottom on labour standards in the aviation sector is failing workers and passengers alike. This process started with accelerated liberalisation in the 1990s, making flying affordable and pervasive, but at a great cost. It has made working in the sector unattractive for many, and it causes capacity problems and serious disruption for passengers. And this is particularly true for ground handling. The race to the bottom brings safety risks as well, and this has been highlighted by EASA. The Commission, therefore, must urgently revise the ground handling directive in time for finalisation during the current mandate. We have to prioritise higher social standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Daly. 1 minute, please.
Presidente, there are persistent challenges in the aviation sector, particularly for workers, and the Commission has to take its responsibility for its part in that. For the past 15 years, the Parliament has been calling for action to address the situation, but for all the words, there's very little to show for it. Earlier this year, 13 members of the TRAN Committee sent a letter to the Commissioner's Cabinet reaffirming our strong support for Regulation 1008/2008 dealing with the social conditions for air crew. We were demanding legislative proposals by the end of this year to allow us to complete this revision in this mandate. What did we get? Nothing. Postponed, another impact assessment. It's not even on the Commission's work programme for 2023. So pilots and crew can look forward to the
työohjelmassa ensi vuodelle.
La continuazione di questi
work, non-compliance with the posting legislation, and on and on. Yes, COVID had a huge impact, but there was precious little interest in workers' rights before this. So you'd want to get your act together, or like the railway workers, aviation workers are going to have to take action.
Thanks very much. Next speaker is Ms Gyuri for 1 minute, please.
Tisztelt képviselőtársaim, örülök, hogy végre olyan kérdést is napirendre tűz ez a ház, amely a
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that in this House we finally have on the agenda something that is of interest to citizens. There were delays and cancellations this summer. With 46 colleagues, I sent a written question to the Commission. No answer. The Commission pointed to national authorities. Now, sometimes we find the Commission oversteps its bounds, but have they taken this as an excuse now? A concrete example, you can make a complaint, but it's not easy on the...
esperti di informatica, ma è difficilissimo trovare...
where you get help. I'd appeal to the Commission finally to assert passenger rights. We need a creative solution. Easily accessible compensation system. We need a passenger-friendly solution. We shouldn't allow chaos to continue in aviation. We've arrived in Strasbourg. In the afternoon, 15 colleagues couldn't see their luggage.
Thank you. Mr Arias Echeverria is our next speaker. 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, thank you for joining us. The pandemic has had a serious impact on many sectors, but in particular the air sector. It has devastated the fundamental right to mobility, which has a direct impact on something of great concern to me and my country, which is tourism. In addition, we now have the energy crisis. Firstly, we need to understand that this is an absolutely fundamental sector when it comes to social and economic development. Aviation is a driver of the economy and of development. The challenge of sustainability and the green transition is not a threat, but it is a challenge. Decarbonising the aviation sector is a necessary objective, but it will be complex to achieve. We need to have time and resources to meet the objectives of Fit for 55. As things stand, we are not able to produce a problem with supply which the sector on its own cannot resolve, and investment will be important. In addition, there is also the level of debt of airlines as a result of the pandemic, and this is very high. The EPP group is committed to tackling climate change, of course, but we also need to be clear about the price of the green transition as regards the aviation sector. We cannot remove competitiveness from our businesses to the detriment of our economy, our citizens, and indeed risk thousands of jobs across Europe. I'd like to conclude by reminding you of the many benefits that we have as a result of the aviation sector. Our efforts should be focused on ensuring that the sector functions effectively. If we don't do that, we will not only be risking the leadership position of the European aviation sector, but also the fundamental right to free movement. Thank you.
Garcia Munoz.
Ms. Garcia Munoz is our next speaker.
Gracias, Presidenta, Comisaria.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, Commissioner. The aviation sector is facing many challenges which affect the workers, the companies themselves and passengers, as well as the environment. The pandemic almost destroyed the sector, and the restrictions in mobility and problems with connectivity as well as competitiveness have all been seriously impaired. Thousands of jobs have been lost, people working in airports, the pseudo self-employed people who work as cabin staff, and when the sector began to pick up again, it wasn't able to handle increased demand, and staff were unwilling to return to work under the same conditions as before, and the result was the chaos we saw in the summer: lost luggage, delays, cancellations, and an awful lot of social discontent.
Și-au pus problema
to take planes again if the situation didn't improve. So we need to see not just a recovery, but
il faut pouvoir reconnecter.
There's still connectivity, particularly the outermost regions and islands, but we need to do it in a sustainable way as far as the environment's concerned, reducing emissions as far as possible and increasing the use of alternative fuels and putting money into research. But we need to do it with social responsibility too. We need to take advantage of this crucial moment for aviation to guarantee good working conditions, which will also help air safety. We shouldn't forget, we also should guarantee passenger rights as well. Madam Commissioner, that's a lot of challenges that aviation faces. I was pleased to hear you talk about social dialogue and working conditions, passengers' rights and safety. We've been waiting for a long time for the 2008 directive. When is that going to happen? Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Bilbao Barandica for 1 minute, please.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Following the pandemic, aviation is facing a huge survival challenge and at the same time trying to contribute to decarbonisation. And there are high safety standards which don't go well together with the degradation of working conditions. It's important for competitiveness, but also for building communities. It provides free movement at affordable prices, and I think that makes us more aware of our diversity. We believe that we're faced with an opportunity, and we can only take advantage of that if the rules driving change are based on dialogue and pragmatism. The sector needs us to and also to effectively manage flights. We need to have a genuine single sky and alternative fuels. We must not forget that those who most depend on air transport are the outermost regions, and they need to see that reality recognised when it comes to the regulation of emissions trading in the sector. We also need to take into account the internal conditions in some outermost regions. They are a useful opportunity to demonstrate the potential of new aeronautic technology that we can use to ensure that we have new patterns for flights and new opportunities, new trade opportunities. Thank you.
Ora facoltà di intervenire l'onorevole Contu.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Kundura. Thank you very much, Madam President. Millions of European citizens will be travelling by air for the Christmas New Year holiday period. The misery and shameful scenes we saw at many airports during the summer, with flights being delayed or cancelled, mustn't or in the future. We need to guarantee adequate staffing levels for ground services in our airports and the improvement of working conditions and salaries for the whole of the air transport sector. Because this isn't just about labour rights, it's also a major safety issue. Also, air connectivity is a crucial matter for the most outlying and isolated regions and our islands, and in particular on Europe's sector
périphérique ou les régions
accessible airline connections. Just like the green transition, this needs to be fair so as not to leave anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Echitabilă, nu trebuie să uităm pe nimeni. Mulțumesc.
Next speaker is Mr. Furore for 1 minute, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. The problems faced at the moment by the airport sector are above all linked to an employment policy that hasn't been able to protect workers throughout the pandemic. Thousands of workers have been sacked, and airlines and airports authorities are finding it difficult to replace the staff they have lost. And this means they're overworking current staff, putting passengers at risk. And add to that the bad weather, and we are piling up delays because of staff shortages. The 29% reduction in staff levels has led necessarily to reduced functioning of the airports and problems with baggage management or services provided to persons with disabilities. This is unacceptable. The EU should be at the front line of protecting passengers and transport workers. Let's do something.
Thank you. Mr. Markey for 1.5 minutes, please.
Vice President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, we're all very concerned about the in this chamber has experienced in the last 12 months the endless delays and the frustration coming through airports due to staff shortages and various other issues. A previous speaker suggested that the COVID issues had passed. Well, today I spent 5 hours sitting on a plane in Dublin Airport on the ground because there was no capability to de-ice the plane. We were left with no food and we couldn't leave the plane. We need to invest in resources to properly equip our airports so that situations like this don't happen. We need to ensure that our ground staff are properly paid, resourced and trained so that they too can help this situation. And I ask you, where were passengers' rights in respect to this situation today? Where were we, or where were we being considered in this scenario?
Unde suntem noi, cetățenii, luați în considerare?
The flights go through the main Dublin airport. It quite simply can't handle it all. We need to invest in our regional airports to ensure that they are built with proper capacity to handle additional aircrafts. This would reduce congestion and it would also lead to greater tourism in our regions. We also have to ensure that the like of SAF and renewable technologies cannot be just a preserve of our hub airports. They need to be available to the rural and indeed the regional airports. Our last debate was about a long-term vision for rural areas. Well, I think we have to include our aviation strategy as regards our rural areas as well, because we need to ensure that connectivity to the regions is just as important as connectivity to our main cities. Thank you.
Tak důležitá jako konektivita našich velkoměst. Děkuji.
Mr. Urchin for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, colleagues. We're talking about persistent challenges, and one of those persistent challenges is not well addressed from my point of view. This is the change of legislation that we do in this House very regularly, dear colleagues. And this is challenging for the aviation sector because the aviation sector is a global business, and in this global business, we are addressing on a European level policies that are changing the market. We have refuel aviation with the blending mandate, we have possibly a kerosene tax, and we have now the deal for ETS aviation. So all this is raising the prices, and it's rightly so because the prices do not reflect the CO2 emissions from the sector, but this has consequences as well on the level playing field, on connectivity and on market distortion. Answers that have been developed in my office in order to address some of those challenges. But one last sentence as well. As we talk about CO2 emissions, there's no, and I repeat, no single good argument for not doing the single European sky. And you said to us, Madam Commissioner, you count on us in order to deliver the single European sky. We are ready to do so, but please convince with us the member states that are blocking this. We can save up to 10% of CO2 emissions if we realize the single European sky. This has not to be, we cannot wait for this.
Non possiamo stare ad aspettare, dobbiamo sfruttare.
Ora facoltà di intervenire per un minuto l'onorevole.
Mr. Tott, for 1 minute, please. Colleagues, please respect your speaking time because we really are a long way behind schedule.
Tisztelt elnök asszony, biztos asszony, örömömre szolgál.
Madam President, Commissioner, I'm happy that this topic has been put on the agenda.
Keďže som spoluiniciátorkou,
it's a very topical and up-to-date problem. I'm aware that the COVID pandemic has hit airlines particularly hard, but that can't be any reason to ignore the current situation. It's high time that the EU institutions finally dealt with the ongoing air traffic, which affects above all air passengers. Airlines
legale. De aceea este
problems with implementing the provisions. The Commission urgently needs to act to protect citizens. It's important that European rules should not just be empty promises, but actually implemented. If that's not possible, then we need better rules.
Avem nevoie de măsuri rapide, eficiente, care pun în
EU action in the interests, first and foremost, of the consumers.
Ora che CDI hanno.
Now, it's time for Catch the Eye. I've got various people requesting speaking time, so please stick to your 1 minute, otherwise it'll be too late. Mr. Polshak is first up.
Děkuji, paní předsedkyně. Pokusím se.
Thank you very much. I'll try to stick to my 1 minute. Sustainable mobility is undoubtedly one of the greatest challenges for the next decades. We are facing an incredible
mít dostupné služby cestují.
They want to have accessible services. They travel to gain access to those services, and we have services and goods that must flow. All of this represents a major impact in terms of a growth in emissions, so environmental impact, as well as health impact, biodiversity impact. It is very important to underline that to find a sustainable solution for 21st century transport is a legislative and strategic task. What's important to us is that we propose legislation in this Parliament that we can then defend. I believe this is one of the most important sustainable solution for transport in the 21st century. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Olekas.
Ačiū, gerbiama pirmininkė, gerbiama komisijos narė.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, sustainable mobility is very important. We need to secure this mobility opportunity in the EU. We also must protect our environment, protect it from pollution. Likewise, we need to keep the possibility for our citizens to move in a timely fashion, to travel in a timely fashion, to have a free movement within our area. I want to emphasize, in applying these rules, we need to ensure proper labor conditions for those employed in the
adeguate per gli addetti al settore della
flights, regulated rest, and all those aspects must be regulated in our legal acts, but also the practice must.
Ne ha facoltà.
Thanks, Madam President. We had a summer of chaos in our airports and the problems still haven't been sorted out. Passengers are being affected and workers are given far too
Passagieren dadurch erheblich belastet. 100.000
workers during the pandemic. And the Commission, who has been partly responsible for the liberalisation of the sector, which has led to the huge job losses, washes its hands like Pontius Pilate. What we are seeing now is a failure to see the seriousness of the
Aspettavano un miracolo.
itself out. We've got these TAP, Portugal's company, has had to restructure completely with more job losses. The destruction of the market is leading to these low-cost companies taking over, but that's not the problem anymore. Now,
Ale to už ani nie je problém. Teraz
safety is a paramount concern, and we feel that what's happening is worsening the safety situation. Capital, of course, always comes out ahead.
Ještě zhoršuje. Kapitál samozřejmě pokaždé.
And it needs to be reformed urgently.
Prego.
Thanks very much, President. The main reason airports are struggling to serve passengers properly is because of labour shortages. These labour shortages exist because airports and airlines have treated their workers so poorly for so long. The air travel crisis is the result of an aggressive cost-cutting measures by airlines and employers for the past 25 years to make the cost of labour as low as possible. This has reduced both the quality of work and the quantity of workers available. And this is not just an issue for airport workers. Ground crew and baggage handlers, pilots and cabin crew are also affected. Extreme liberalisation leads to a race to the bottom in airport security, in ground handling, in cabin crew. This fundamentally undermines and safety, as well as passenger safety. The race to the bottom is total madness, and it has to be reversed.
Grazie. Ora facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Now we turn to Commissioner Valiant.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the contributions to this debate.
Příspěvky do této debaty.
For the sector and your support in ensuring its safe and sustainable recovery. I would say that not all of you are right, and especially those who are criticizing the level of protection.
Úroveň ochrany.
I'm repeating the fact that the main problem here, when there is congestion, when there are delays, is not that we do not have enough legislation, but it's not well known and it's not supported by the authorities which are supposed to support it. So it's not about a new legislation or new things we are going to put forward, but we have to implement it. And during the COVID, a lot of things, and the Commission pushed as much as possible the Member States, the protection of the agencies for consumer protection to cooperate. We started infringements, so we are doing what we can, but in the end it's about implementing and making these rights better known. Some of you discussed rightfully about the impact of decarbonization and the measures we are supposed to take for the sector. By one hand, saying that it will come with a new burden, which will increase prices. Or at the opposite, others saying that we are not. But indeed, the decarbonization needs have to be done in a way that promotes growth and gives the European airlines a competitive edge, because we are looking to it as a global industry, as it was rightfully mentioned here. And this was the angle we took through refuel EU in aviation. We are
EU aviation чрез тази
an industrial angle to decarbonization of aviation, creating the market for alternative fuels. And since I'm talking about alternative fuel,
Keď už hovorím o tých alternatívnych
toch over heb, hier,
the specific needs of the islands or the outmost regions, the smaller airports, this will benefit from preferential treatment to protect their connectivity. For example, the sustainable alternative fuel allowances that will keep
să aibă o subvenție
gap between kerosene and sustainable aviation fuels, and also the possibility to request special treatment under the anti-tankering provisions. So I keep this all the time in mind, and I'm trying my best to support the connectivity for islands and
garantire la connettività delle
for helping to come up with SAF allowances. We are doing our best to persuade member states on single European skies, the CES2+, and in the meantime we are developing technological solutions with CESAR joint undertaking. Now, the issue is with claims of fatigue or culture in some airlines which create reports of crew fatigue and complaints. I must tell you that EASA provides regular reports to the Commission on its monitoring and oversight activities. Both the Commission and EASA recognize that fatigue can be a serious safety hazard and needs to be identified and properly mitigated. And we are continuously following this up. There is a continuous ongoing assessment of the EU flight time limitation. The flight limitation regime is run by EASA alongside member states. It's involving stakeholders, scientific expertise to monitor the effectiveness of system. First regular report on the results of the monitoring program was published in February 2019, and currently the Commission has no data to suggest that the EU flight time limitation
die darauf hinweisen würden, dass die
risk of accidents. I know that you are referring also, I think, Madam Tax, to some allegations made by the pilot unions regarding deficient safety culture at a particular airline. EASA conducted additional off-site investigation for comprehensive data concerning documented analysis, statistics, evidences, as well as on-site audits, interviewing flight crew members about rostering process, fatigue reporting, safety culture, and I must tell you that it will continue to perform additional inspections on site of flight crews. And we have absolutely no element at this stage to say that something is non-compliant. But it is monitored permanently, I can assure you. This is no joke. Then how we support to have more workers in the system, because this is, as you know very well, one of the issues why we had the delays and crowded airports. And by the way, the Commission encourages member states to invest in their airports, new technologies, whatever you want, regional, rural, whatever. We are not opposing that. So please do what you consider it's best for your connectivity. But for the workers, you know very well that it's difficult. because of the safety rules and the vetting of new workers. So it's a process. We are assured by the industry that this is an ongoing process and things. This would be, I would say, the answers I have to your concerns. The air service regulation is, its impact assessment is underway. But for those who are asking that social issues, like, I don't know,
Baza operațională care trebuie să fie rezolvată prin
that a service regulation is more than
hawnhekk qed nitkellmu fuq affarijiet li
social issues are more than air service regulation. So I'm not saying that specifically there is the best place. Complex and multifaceted issue which we need to solve, and I'm committed to do so. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention, and let's continue to work together to support this very important sector.
acest sector atât de important.
Thank you. That thereby concludes the debate, and the next item on the agenda is a brief presentation of a report by Mrs. Tardino on promoting an action plan to boost long-distance and cross-border passenger rail, and I'm going to give Mrs. Tardino, the rapporteur, for about the floor.
Presidente, grazie.
President, thank you, Commissioner. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all my shadow rapporteur colleagues, Secretariat, political group staff and parliamentary assistants for the constructive work that we've brought forward together over the last few months, which will conclude tomorrow with the adoption of our report on the action plan to boost long-distance and cross-border passenger rail. This was very important work that's allowed us to define the priorities and desiderata for that sector in unison with the goal of improving the working of the railway sector at more accessible costs. It's a competitive sector of our economy that employs thousands of workers serving citizens, but it needs to make itself more attractive compared to other modes of transport for goods and passengers. Our document pursues a wide range of objectives, including creating a safe, totally interoperable single European railway system, improve sustainability and job creation. Therefore, it was regarded vital that we ensured the intermodality of the railway system with the other transport systems, including by promoting single multimodal ticketing to allow continuous solutions for passengers who can then easily travel with a single ticket. Through our proposal, we want to protect passenger rights, including equal accessibility,
dei prezzi, la promozione di una competizione
time and prices, fair competition between railway operators and different modes of transport, and not least, full involvement of young people, both as passengers and workers. I'm sure that by enhancing
e transfrontaliero svolgerà un ruolo.
We will play a significant role in promoting the single European market by putting in place equal conditions for the different players, while at the same time conserving the principle that transport is a service and has a role in promoting the cohesion of the regions of Europe. So right from the beginning of this journey, I set myself the objective of putting forward the views of those regions that are most disadvantaged, thereby underlining the importance of developing local connections, not least to bring together peripheral regions and the major cities. To do that, I've insisted we must strengthen connectivity, paying particular attention to remote, island, mountain and less populated regions. You can't have effective cross-border transport without connections with remote regions, including those within individual member states. And therefore the report underlines the importance of stimulating investment in completing the 10T at pace by prioritising funding allocations on strategic projects, the elimination of choke points and missing links, and completing the final mile segments. This is all within the rationale of an approach geared on high-speed and long-distance rail at the same time as guaranteeing public service and route continuity. And so it goes on with digitalisation, rule simplification, getting rid of cumbersome technical and other procedural constraints. Furthermore, it will be important to bring up to speed training and certification of staff in the rail sector and making it an interesting area of work for young people. There are so many objectives that need to be channeled into legislation, and therefore I'd like to thank the Commission for the openness they've shown us so far. I'd ask them to work in that direction, respecting what we've set out in this document in the interests of citizens and of the industry. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Tardino. I've finally managed to get the microphone on, says the Chair. We'll now move to Catch the Eye. Reinhold Braunsberger.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to the Rapporteur, Ms. Tardino. The report on the action plan for passenger and freight rail and cross-border sections is clearly going to be progress for passengers in the EU, and we also agree that tickets should be purchased at all sorts of different places, ensure that English is the unique working language for train drivers operating long-distance and cross-border passenger rail. State that you're going through, and we'd also like to ensure that we have a fair and accessible market for all passenger rail freight. We also need to ensure that we tackle the fees which arise and that we can ensure that there is transparency in calculation. We need to ensure that there is equal treatment of incumbents and new entrants. Improved competition conditions would increase competition and passengers will benefit from that. Once again, thank you very much for this plan and thank you to you.
Mr. Olkas, please.
Ačiū pirmininkė, ačiū komisijos narė, pranešėja.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Reporter. We have just spoken about the importance of aviation, but railroads are also very environmentally friendly and can provide opportunities for our passengers to
aspektą, saugumą ir modernumas.
Safety, the modern aspect of railways and the environmental aspect. And so we have to focus on investment. And I would like to mention one of the projects that could be an example of success, and that is Rail Baltica. That is the axis that connects the north with the south. We can start from the north. Very southern parts, and that covers the possibilities for passengers to travel throughout the European Union, especially that is important for the youth. They can reach all areas of the EU, and I would like to mention also candidate countries. For instance, Ukraine, we also have to focus on support for those countries so that they could join the EU as fast as possible.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this report shows that the EU can be very useful when dealing with concrete issues and cross-border cooperation, and not with imposing one ideology on all member states. But unfortunately, we will discuss this useful topic for some 20 minutes,
Valitettavasti käsittelemme tätä hyödyllistä aihetta,
which are outside of European Parliament's competence for hours. But to come back to our topic, people like traveling and getting to know other European states and cultures. But in order to travel from one end of the continent to the other by train, we need international railway routes and connections. They cannot be defined by member states alone. Here cooperation is key, and this issue also has strong geopolitical implications. Namely, a railway network can help Croatia's southeastern neighbors to create stronger economic and other ties to European countries. The rapporteur, therefore, has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace.
Mr. President, I welcome the action plan and the Parliament's report. The report acknowledges that high-speed rail passenger volumes nearly doubled between 2001 and 2018 in the EU, proving that there is a demand for high-speed rail whenever it is provided. However, not all rail services in the EU are equal. Ireland has seen very little improvement in rail service in the same period. The Rosslare to Waterford line closed. Waterford is the only city in the country that does not have trains arriving in the city before 9 o'clock in the morning. The Rosslare to Dublin line has been managed into decline. Ireland's rail system is almost exclusively a set of radial lines running to and from Dublin, with minimal direct interconnectivity between towns and cities outside of Dublin. If you arrive in Rosslare Harbour from France or from the UK, you have to go to Dublin first before you go anywhere else. So that's crazy. Thanks.
Grazie. E allora la parola.
Thank you. Now, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Valian has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, honourable members. First, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Mr. Dino, and the members of the TRAN committee for this own initiative report and their support for the analysis and the initiatives presented in the action plan to boost long-distance and cross-border passenger rail. As stated in the action plan, the Commission will continue with the enforcement of the full and correct implementation of the EU rail acquis and with the removal of remaining barriers that hinder setting up and operating cross-border long-distance rail service.
Im Bereich dieser Fern- und Grenzüberschreitenden.
We plan to propose a number of initiatives in this regard. This has also been identified in your report. We'll propose an initiative on multimodal ticketing. Passengers must be able to see all available travel options and all available fares, not just the options that are of commercial interest to operators or to ticket platforms. The passenger is the one to choose. Data needs to be open for consumers and businesses in order to drive up the quality of services. We will also propose an initiative on a more efficient process of capacity allocation and traffic management. A key weakness of the current legislative framework is its reliance on an annual timetable process for the management and allocation of capacity. This process is too rigid and does not allow neither long-term planning to ensure optimal use of capacity, nor short-term allocation of capacity to accommodate short-notice requests. We will tackle this. Furthermore, we aim to improve the cross-border coordination of capacity so that cross-border services can be operated more efficiently. Train operators are also inefficient because of obstacles to the mobility of the train drivers across member states, employers, or in terms of routes. This is even more important in the rail freight sector, since 50% of freight trains in Europe are cross-border and are for longer distances. This is why we will propose a revision of the Train Drivers Directive to ensure that the train drivers can easily move between member states and rail companies while also benefiting from the last technological innovation. And yes, indeed, the language does not exist a common language right now in the rail sector. So the cross-border operations require train drivers to be able to communicate with dispatchers in different languages, and this is a huge obstacle, and the Commission is assessing now possible alternatives to the current requirements in our impact assessment. We'll also revise the technical specification for interoperability. These are vital to provide a common, legally binding European basis for rail, with the possibility to use the same type of trains anywhere. Not only do the specifications ensure interoperability, they should also reduce costs, as harmonized products can be developed once and deployed across the EU and beyond, since the technical specifications for interoperability are becoming the reference regulatory framework for many other countries. The action plan also announces pilot services in which
servizi piloti fejn il-partiti interessati
and their plans for cross-border long-distance passenger services and indicate where they see obstacles the Commission can help with. We do this work taking into account all passengers, including those with reduced mobility and disability, ensuring accessibility. We have received an encouraging number of interesting
Recebemos número encorajador de propostas.
In January, we'll present the results of the evaluation and discuss the next steps with the proposers. And with that, I would like to thank you again for your work on this own initiative report, and I'm looking forward for its adoption in the plenary. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Grazie Commissario, la discussione è chiusa.
Thank you, Commissioner. That concludes the debate. The vote will take place tomorrow. And now on our agenda we have 1-minute speeches, and I can inform that members may give their 1-minute speeches from their seats. Mr. Martuccello, to begin. You have the floor.
In Italia, leggo. When I read Article 21 of the Italian Constitution, Madam President, I don't think about the fact that freedom to demonstrate isn't always a given. For us in Europe, it's a normal thing to be able to go into the street and demonstrate. But for people who live in other parts of the world, in a country like Iran, for example, this right doesn't exist. And you die trying to exercise it. You're hanged in public. Remember in this House what happened today when Majid Reza Ranavad was hanged just for having demonstrated. He was 23 years old. He had a whole life before him, and he was hanged for defending his ideas, for protesting against the injustice of the death of Mahsa Amini. We should think about what's happening in Iran and should come up with sanctions against a country that denies this right. Thank you.
Ha ora facoltà di intervenire l'onorevole.
Thank you. Mr. Pollack.
Onorevole Pollack. Prego.
Len vďaka osobnej only because of hate by Mr. Sulik, who used to be a coalition partner and minister in a clearly pro-European government of Eduard Heger, the Prime Minister, Slovakia is threatened with also with Pellegrini. Their nominees are being imprisoned, and they have started pointing to the mishaps by the Pellegrini and their cohorts. We see very influential nominees being locked, and the allegations pointing all the way to the top. Right at the center of Europe, we are seeing that corruption, hand in hand with mafia, are going to tear apart Slovakia from the hands of democracy, and they are going to put it in the hands of mafia. What we see in Slovakia is a huge lesson for all Democrats. We see democracy being threatened by traitors, maybe because of personal ambitions, maybe because of desire for money. They are ready to sell Slovakia, sell it out to fascists, to mafia and oligarchs.
Mr. Tomac, please. Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, free movement of people and goods are fundamental freedoms under the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. But although Romania joined the EU in 2005, these freedoms continue to be denied. Although Romania meets the accession criteria for Schengen as confirmed in 2011, that right is still being trampled underfoot. The Commission has confirmed that Romania is entitled to join Schengen. So has the European Parliament. The only institution refusing without any justification the right for Romania to join the other European countries is the Council of the European Union. The Commission should take the Council to the Court of Justice. They are putting in place a deadlock which runs against the treaties and is anti-European. The next speaker is Mr. Kimkoropoulos.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The problems on the islands as far as the migrant situation is getting worse and worse. It's been going on now since 2015, 2016, and in Greece, the situation is becoming untenable. A very small number of volunteers have to try. There's also giving rise to a lot of pressure on the asylum system as well as the health system in Greece. It's important that people hear the voice of this Parliament, which is calling for a genuine European solution to these problems based on solidarity, which will allow us to help alleviate the human drama which is occurring, and in particular have a fair solution sparing out the burdens between the member states. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Šojdrova.
Děkuji za udělení slova.
Thank you for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to publicly thank the organizers of the final conference of the European Year of Youth. This took place on the 6th December last week in Brussels. This conference was co-organized by the European Commission, by the Council, as represented by the Czech Presidency, and the European Parliament. What's important? Young people were involved in organizing this. 700 young people filled the European Parliament in Brussels to the brim. This was a unique event, and I hope that next year, which is the European Year of Skills, we shall continue in this common tradition of our cooperation as Council, Commission and Parliament. I would also like to thank the 30 children from basic art schools from the Czech Republic. They performed at this conference. It is not the only event that we organized during this year, but it was the most important one. What we've promised here today, that we shall investigate the corruption allegations at the European Parliament, I want to assure our young... because theirs is the future, we owe them that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polchak. Please stick to speaking time of 1 minute.
Děkuji, paní předsedkyně. Rusko.
Thank you, Madam President. Russia is a terrorist state. It systematically kills innocent civilians, leaves behind mines, bombs, destroy assets and public infrastructure and harvests all investigated. This is a clear message that we've been giving repeatedly to Russia from this plenary. Now we also have to think about aiding Ukraine with the stability of its energy system. We have to come up with a fast assistance with small and large generators. And we have to try to transport energy across borders to Ukraine and try to support or pay for that energy from EU funds. Ukrainians are struggling, they are feeling cold, they don't have enough energy for life. We must not leave.
Mr. Lopez Aguilar.
President, The unjustifiable war of aggression, Putin's war against Ukraine, has meant that this European Parliament has had to adopt a whole series of measures, both to ensure there's no impunity for war criminals, and also we've had to adopt restrictive measures on Russia, its agents and its accomplices. That includes the prohibition on Russian vessels docking in any European Union port. However, evaluate the extent to which this is affecting the sustainability of measures as the conflict is extended, in particular when it comes to
que ça transforme en crise d'approvisionnement, mais également en crise alimentaire.
Countries that are most at need. In particular, in the African subcontinent, we're thinking about strategic ports such as the Las Palmas port. There are Russian vessels that supply pelagic fisheries which contribute to the diet of the African continent, and it's no longer possible for those vessels to dock. And so se apropie de porturi precum cel strategic ports such as Las Palmas in order to then go on to provide food to Africa. That in turn it's good that the Commission is considering the consequences of its decisions. It's important that we should be able to model the consequences so we can ensure that
Thank you. Mr. Churaru is our next speaker.
Doamnă președintă.
Thank you, Madam President. It's incredible and unforgivable that in this Parliament the votes don't count. We've had 2 votes in Parliament on Romania joining Schengen, but elsewhere they've taken a different direction. Things should be changed. Commission, Council, I'd like Romania no longer to be regarded as a second-class European citizen and to be regarded as a European-level country. Now we just had a vote against Romania joining Schengen. It's incredible, wrong, and some should not be more equal than others. We should be on a par with French, Austrians, British, Dutch, and so on. The Council should show solidarity, and I'd like
vystupit solidárně a
do some very important things. To note that we meet all the conditions and put in a very clear timetable for Romania joining Schengen, and with infringements or sanctions if the timetable is not met for breaching the European Treaty on the functioning of the European Union. Romania has shown solidarity. Council, Commission, we've been behind all European decisions. Please take into account Romania deserves more, including a change to the treaties in the EU. Thank you, and I'd ask you to respect your speaking time, says the President, otherwise I'll have to cut you off. It's a minute for everyone. Mr. Stefanutza. Romanians were promised 8 new regional hospitals, and that became 3. And in fact, 0 are being financed by the National Recovery and Resilience Plan because the authorities haven't done their job. The government, in fact, doesn't want to build any new hospitals under the national RRP and just work on existing ones. In Sibiu, but it looks like we're not going to get it approved by the government, and so there will be no new hospital built in the next 10 years because we won't have EU money. Prime Minister Ciucă and other ministers, you should put European money behind building a new... People of Sibiu should not be scapegoats for... cannot fund the hospital if the government won't put up at least half of the money from European financing. Give Sibiu a new hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Kelleher.
A total of 187 medicines used by Irish patients are currently in shortage or out of stock, according to the list.
L'Irlande font l'objet d'une pénurie à l'heure actuelle en
including 11 that feature on the World Health Organization. Very serious issue for doctors and pharmacies, but above all else for the people who depend on these medicines.
Importante per le persone che dipendono da questi farmaci. Ci sono molti
7 medicines. 40% are provided by a single supplier, meaning that pharmacists have no alternative to purchase from elsewhere. This is compared to the EU average of 25%. For example, 2 very important antibiotics, amoxicillin and penicillin, are on this list. Ireland is currently facing some of the very serious challenges with regard to strep A, and this needs to be addressed. We need a solution that works for all member states. We need to move to a system whereby member states have a single unified process of approvals, authorisation, purchasing and reimbursement. I appreciate that member states have varying purchasing abilities, but a current system actually enables certain pharmaceutical companies to pick and choose those who they supply first, depending on the price they are willing to pay.
Grazie. Facoltà ora di...
Poskytovateľ lieky v prvom rade. Ďakujem pekne. Ďalej.
Since the European Parliament issued its report on Pegasus last month, many people were stunned at the depth of the scandal. Since then, there have been 2 further reports by Lighthouse Reports and the New York Times. Most Irish people were shocked to learn that an Irish holding company, Thelestris, was responsible for surveillance spyware used against MEPs and journalists, and incredibly sold to the successor of the Janjaweed in Sudan, which committed so many war crimes. This latest information was contained in a report in the Thelestris should be investigated by both the Irish Revenue and the Office of the Director of Corporate Enforcement, and I would also encourage the Irish Parliament to investigate links between Ireland and the surveillance spyware industry. Ireland should not become a haven for companies involved in violations of human rights around the world and the provision of corporate services to those companies. Sadly, the Irish Government has shared very little information with the European Parliament inquiry and has continued to assert national security when asked if it uses this spyware. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora
Dacă folosește acest tip de spyware. Mulțumesc.
Prego.
Mulțumesc, doamna.
Thank you, Madam
President.
Voting for a debate on the veto put by Austria on humiliating decision in respect of a people
Non era euroscettico.
Who very strongly support the European Union, and I am happy to see Commissioner Vălean here in the room. I welcome her. It's a people who believe in the European spirit and European values, and what the Austrian government did of those values. We will go on with our struggle. We're not going to give up. And once again, I'd like to thank you as MEPs in the 26 other countries than Romania of the EU for supporting us in this project of joining Schengen.
Thank you. Ms. Miller is our next speaker.
En janvier 2021, la France a fermé un grand nombre de...
In January 2021, France closed its borders with Spain, including the Col de Banyuls, because of the risk of immigration. It was illegal, and the route over the Col was guarded. And this wasn't a terrorist issue. It's a ludicrous, surreal situation, and it flies in the face of common sense. There was a lot of mobilisation because only one category of people was being aimed at, honest citizens. This has stopped, for example, health services going across to, and firefighting services can't cross up.
I lavoratori stagionali che non possono...
To the wine growing area. And it's absurd to just stop people travelling over this border. So I demand that France open this again without any further major negative impacts on people that have already suffered a great deal. They're talking about supplying extra police to... which won't stop local life from working properly. All you need to do is just people to remember this little bit of the Catalan Pyrenees in Paris. Thanks very much, says the President. Mr. Mariani is our next speaker.
Microphone for the speaker, please.
Pardon, excusez-moi. Nous sommes en train tous...
We are all in the midst of destroying a country with the best possible conscience. Last week, with a delegation of French MPs from all parties, and we visited all sorts of religious groups in Lebanon. They all gave us the same message, Shiite, Sunni or Christian.
Près de 2 millions de réfugiés syriens.
2 million Syrian refugees are present in a country which has a population of 6 million. It's an impossible burden. You just imagine in France if we were to receive 22 million refugees. The schools can't cope, the hospitals can't.
Par la crise économique. Il faut agir vite et selon...
We need to act quickly following a very clear roadmap. Today, it would suffice if we accepted that Syrian refugees should return to their country. The EU and Westerners are refusing to recognize their failure in Syria, and we are
Preferăm ca
a third of that population of that country on its territory, and it doesn't have
să vină în plus, deși nu
it will be too late. No more schools, no hospitals. This in a country which we are in the midst of assassinating, and we simply need to ensure that we authorize NGOs to accompany refugees back to Syria for their sake and to save Lebanon.
Grazie, facoltà ora di intervenire.
Thank you. Mr. Dare is our next speaker.
L'articolo 80 del Trattato dell'Unione Europea
Article 80 of the EU Treaty on Migration and Asylum Policy establishes that EU policies shall be governed by the principle of solidarity and the equal sharing of responsibilities among member states, including financially. According to the latest Frontex data, in the first 10 months of the year, over 280,000 irregular crossings occurred, 77% up on 2021. Faced with the migration emergency,
tanto con declamata solidarietà europea
called EU solidarity remained an empty letter, sadly.
Od Európskej únie a potrebujeme rýchle reakcie.
PID management and joint action on migrant flows. Italy cannot be Europe's refugee camp and just Italy alone.
Thank you. Mr. Beck is our next speaker.
Thank you, President. The German Constitutional Court declared last week that the Next Generation EU package and the exception of over 800 billion euros was in line with the treaties, this despite the fact that there are 3 articles of the treaty that would forbid this, 110, 111 and 125. Despite this, almost 300 billion has been used by the Commission in a way which would not be for post-COVID recovery, but rather to fund the absurd climate policies. For as long as we have rescue packages unanimously adopted in the Council and the time-limited nature, the purpose can mean that that's not a problem. And this could then be a blueprint for further debt programmes. If the judges have said that it was acceptable to continue with other means, then it might have been honest. Thank you.
Grazie. Facoltà ora di intervenire.
Thank you. Mr. Weimers is our next speaker.
Tack, fru talman. Nyligen kunde vi läsa att 52%...
Thanks, Madam President. At the moment, people are self-censoring at school so that they're not saying things that their students might not like. And we are getting closer and closer to an actual genuine censorship. but we've got these laws about blasphemy which are being imposed. It's a whole problem. But the Council is thinking about supporting these Islamists and weakening one of the main buttresses of our protections in Europe. All sorts of Islamist associations in France are being supported, even though they're a threat to democracy. You've also got the Al-Ghazal Islamist University, which has received money from the European Union not all that long ago. The contributions to this university and other universities are happening. This has to stop. And it's important that we deal with this issue by making it impossible for these contributions to continue. It's freedom in Europe is at stake. Thanks very much. Mr. Nissinen is our next speaker.
Fru talman, Sverigedemokraterna varnade redan från början att coronafonden inte var en temporär åtgärd. För med EU så är ingenting temporärt.
Thank you. There is a system of double standards here. There must be a different action. The EU wants more power, and it's already talking about a new fund on sovereignty. Now, we as Swedish Social Democrats say that's not sustainable. It must stop being a fund, a union based on funds spending taxpayers' money. It must become more competitive. That's where the real strength must lie among the member states. The EU should stop thinking that it will always achieve solutions by aggregating more power in Brussels. It will just lead to waste.
Mr. Hochveen is our next speaker.
Voorzitter, het gebouw van het Europees Parlement in Brussel heeft een stabiliteitsprobleem en verzakt, letterlijk, in het moeras. Vorige week werden de
President, we have reached an impasse. There were complaints made last week. We have seen costs rising of €1 billion. We're here in Strasbourg, the seat of the European Parliament, in this very sophisticated Parliament that it has. And it's only used for a few days a month. Moving to Strasbourg cost €200 million.
A teraz ešte miliarda, ktorá
is going to give an advance of €1 billion for a building which is about 400 meters away from here. It won't lead us anywhere useful, and that's why I think that we should permanently move the European Parliament to Strasbourg. Then we could save taxpayers' money and we could leave the buildings in Brussels to their fate. Thank you.
Mr. Terrier is our next speaker.
Thank you. I publicly demand the EPP chair, Mr. Manfred Weber, to immediately and unconditionally expel from EPP the party led by the Austrian Chancellor Karl Nehammer.
Partij van de Oostenrijkse kanselier.
Austria voted to abusively block the entrance of Romania and Bulgaria in Schengen, even though both countries met all the requirements to join this area. We were not, and we are not, asking for privileges, not for mercy from anyone, including Austria. Romania gained its national right to be part of Schengen after paying a heavy and expensive price. From the Romanian taxpayers' money we are protecting and defending the borders from illegal immigration, so not only us, but also other countries like Austria respects the obligation of the Schengen acquis. And for over 11 years, the Commission and the European Parliament stated in multiple reports and resolutions that it's fully prepared to join Schengen. Despite all these undeniable facts, the Austrian Chancellor decided to abusively violate Romania's right to join Schengen so he can gain political points. This is simply unacceptable. Mr. Weber, if you are a man of your word and care about the European solidarity, I publicly urge you to expel from your party the party of the Austrian Chancellor. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Mr. Pineda is our next speaker.
Gracias, Presidenta. Hoy comienza.
Thank you, President. A hearing begins today which aims to determine whether a diplomat has diplomatic immunity or not. Once again, the United States is disregarding international law and diplomacy. On the 12th of June 2020, the United States managed to get Cape Verde to detain the Venezuelan diplomat Alex Saab. Despite the economic blockade on Venezuela, he had managed to get his people much-needed medicines and fuel during the pandemic. As a member of the Social Affairs Bureau, a full member, for more than a year, he has worked on this issue, and he was taken illegally to the US. This is a matter for all countries. His trial is a violation of international law and makes a mockery of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. We cannot allow this, especially in the current crisis of conflict around the world. This European plenary must solemnly defend diplomacy as the way to peace, and we must call for the immediate release of the diplomat Alex Saab. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Daly is our next speaker.
Thanks, President. Last Thursday we attended the appeal hearing in Lesbos of two Afghan
odvolacího řešení na řízení na Lesbosu
against a 50-year sentence given to them for smuggling when they were simply passengers on a boat from Turkey seeking refuge in Greece. A boat which the Greek Coast Guard attempted to push back and damaged. A journey which ended with them spending almost 3 years in jail for a crime which the court admitted there was no evidence against Rassouli and very clear against Zahiri. An appeal which took 4 visits to the court, including a delay of 8 months at one stage to get a Coast Guard present, and in the end he didn't show up at all. So while I welcome the fact that they are now free, it is an outrage that migrants continue to be criminalised and tortured in Greece. It's against the UN protocol against smuggling. Thousands upon thousands remain in Greek jails for the so-called crime of boat driving. This is an abomination. When is the EU going to call Greece to account and respect and observe fundamental rights? This is your Europe. This is your values.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace is our next speaker.
In Latin America in the past week, we've seen politically motivated lawfare against right-wing coup against the President of Peru, Pedro Castillo. The EU shows its true colours in the face of these events, just as it did when they supported the illegal military coup against Morales in 2019 in Bolivia. If the leader being overthrown, convicted or imprisoned is indigenous or a socialist, that means order has been restored, and lies are repeated to justify the anti-democratic actions. If the oligarch, a far-right racist or descendant of colonialists and dictators, the EU is up in arms. Crushing sanctions must be imposed, assets frozen, and calls for new elections abound. The corrupt white settler elites and cronies of the political West must be kept in power at all costs. The voice of the people is only respected when it suits. European leaders and capitalist elites don't seem to give a damn.
Apsūdzēt šie.
Thank you. Mr. Pimenta Lopez is our next speaker. Thank you, Madam President. Alex Saab was arrested illegally in June 20. A year later, transferred to the United States. He's therefore been detained for more than 2 years. It's a clear violation of international law, and it's really by the US to blackmail the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and its people. This also includes illegal, arbitrary sanctions, the so-called democratic plan for transition in Venezuela, and it's a complete of Venezuela. Alex Saab was a diplomat who looked for a peaceful solution to the problems of Venezuela and to improve the living conditions of Venezuelans, and the US has tried to stop him from doing that. We'd like to express our solidarity with the people of Venezuela, defending their independence, and we call for the release of Alex Saab and an end of the US's attempt to destabilise Venezuela. Thank you, President. Thank you. Mr. Koza is our next speaker, please.
Minden jel arra utal, hogy a demokratikus választások eddig legdurvább befolyásolási kísérlet.
Thank you. To date, the democratic elections have been threatened by Hungarian opposition groups. There have been millions of people received from thirds, which has been obtained legitimately. This was voted through by citizens. But money has gone into developing a left-wing opposition, and we've had all sorts of declarations about interventions. And it's giving a very poor image of my country. And this is particularly because
d'acheter des voix. Il est temps.
Many of you will have heard these lies that were paid for by dollars that were fed into the left in Hungary. And there is now a corruption scandal that we've seen in the European Parliament itself, and that shows you again that the left can be bought, just whether it's the European or Hungarian left.
Prego.
Mr. Giarrusso.
Colleghi, quest'Aula, questa istituzione.
Ladies and gentlemen, this chamber costs billions of euros every year to the European citizen, and much also depends on our work and the trust given to us. In recent days, bags of cash hidden at home and the scarce respect shown to MEPs by foreign countries, and where members and ex-MEPs and trade unions have behaved in moderate
Di alcuni non può distruggere il buon lavoro di altri.
History of this institution. Now, they can't destroy the work done by others, but here there are 450 million Europeans to defend. We must show that we rise above this disgusting mess. Otherwise, this institution, these buildings, our work will make no sense at all.
Thank you, Mr. Giarrusso. That was the last speaker, so the sitting is suspended. We'll start tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Tuesday, the 13th of December. The agenda has been published on the European Parliament's website, and the minutes of this session will be made available by noon tomorrow. That's the end of tonight's sitting, and good night to everybody.